those tuned in to the different social media, members of the media, good morning all. I welcome you today to the continuation of the Central Committee meeting number 6. And at this time, I want to give a special welcome to the Minister of Finance, Ms. Marinka J. Gums, and her support staff. We have established a quorum of 11 members. Please stand for a moment of silence. Thank you. I don't have any notices of absence, but I do have a notice of lateness from MP Ludmila de Weaver, and I ask if there are any notifications from the floor at this time, and I recognize that MP York would like to make use of this opportunity. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Griffier. Good morning, Minister and her support staff. Good morning, honorable colleagues and the viewing public. Madam Chair, through you, I'd like to bring something to the forefront that was brought to my attention this morning. Some concerned citizens have not been, after recent construction at Indigo Bay, have little to no access to the beach anymore at this moment. I think the last thing I heard was that they had to walk through the restaurant to gain access to the beach. So after the recent construction and moving forward, the future construction, my question to the government, if they can provide any type of clarity on the guarantee that locals can maintain access to the beach. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. I now give the floor for notifications to MP Otley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed and amazing day to you, the Honorable Minister of Finance, her support staff, the viewing and listening public. I would like to start by giving, I am happy that the Minister of TEAT took the advice and moved the market vendors from where they were to a better location. The minister exemplified what it means to be a minister and take advice. Often I realize, especially with the current government, when you state something as a member of parliament, they say politics. But I have yet, me personally, have yet to hear the Minister of TEAT speak in such a manner. Maybe it's because she was once on this side. So I am grateful that she took the advice. I am grateful that the market vendors moved. The atmosphere and the way that they greeted was more positive today when we park. So for that, I commend the minister for that. And speaking of politics, I would like to go back a bit on a couple of days ago when we voted against. And while I understand the sentiment of the Minister of Finance, I really do, and I do understand the urgency, I often said that the idea of paying for something, you want to see the benefit, Madam Chair. And the Minister of Finance said she will not be completing any agreement if the central bank does not agree to the Mullet Bay. The Mullet Bay matching or ensuring that we have best preference to Mullet Bay. I see in Curacao newspaper today, you're probably going to laugh at my broken papamento, Banco Central de Único que pode decidir riba Mullet Bay. Central Bank is the only one to decide on Mullet Bay. It was said here in our private meeting, Sun Resort and private entities, but Central Bank is the only one that will decide on Mullet Bay. The article in Curacao goes on to say basically, in a nutshell, the governments can basically say what they want to say, but the decision is that of Central Bank. And I received this article today with an attachment that says, but wait, Curacao decides for St. Martin? And this is what we were trying to say, Madam Chair, and what we were trying to make sure. So while I understand one side of the coin, the other side was assuring that we do not lose what is called or known, once known as the engine for St. Martin. And at this moment, if Central Bank decides for Muller Bay, Curacao has more autonomy over Muller Bay than us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Otley. I continue and I give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I hate to sound repetitive, but I'll say it in a bit better papimento than my colleagues so that it could be clear. Banco Central ta único que por decidir riba Mullet Bay. And it further states, no por bisa nada lo que política de St. Martin ta papia tocante e propriedade de Mullet Bay, pero sa si Kiko hecho nan, ta hecho nan. Legalmente, Banco Central te único que por decidir. So basically, Madam Chair, with the whole addendum and the first right refusal to the matching price, it does not add up with what is written here. This was mentioned in a technical parliamentary meeting where MP McWilliam inquired with Mr. Monte, who is a top advisor for the Curacao government. Basically, I just want clarity, Madam Chair, for our population, because what is being sold to our population seems to not line up with the truth. And a misrepresenting of the truth is a big injustice, in my humble opinion, to the people of St. Martin. Unfortunately, regrettably, and all the other words that can be used, I wasn't here to be able to participate in that meeting last time. I'm sure it can be remembered that I mentioned, let's continue that day, but miraculously, it was not a priority then. We wait until the 11th hour and then rush it down the throats of the people. So, Madam Chair, through you, I would really like clarity on this point, because for me, Muller Bay has been a driving force that made St. Martin what St. Martin is today. And if we were sold under the impression that XYZ could have been done and agreements were made and the governments agree, and now being told today basically that it was all a lie, a serious misrepresentation of the truth, I would like some clarity on that as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Doran. I now give the floor to MP Roseberg. MP Roseberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Blessed morning to all. I would just like to receive some clarity after receiving several phone calls from different scooter drivers on the island. The police has confiscated several scooters from different owners and brought out the article explaining that if they would like to retrieve the scooters, they need to provide the necessary documents. But it's not clear what documents need to be received and what they should submit to receive their scooters. So if clarity can be given on that matter, it would be appreciated, so that scooters will not be confiscated and destroyed, but that the owners, the rightful owners, can collect their scooters. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Roseberg. I don't see any other member wishing to make use of the notification round, but I do want to state, with respect to the notification round, like I did yesterday or the day before, members, the notification round is exactly what the name implies, and that is to make a notification. And so I hear some questions being asked. I am sure that the matters brought up are being followed and I hope recorded by the different ministers. However, it cannot be expected that the minister or ministers who are in the meeting of Parliament have to respond to the notifications. I just want to make that very clear, of course, and I would encourage, if a minister is here and can address a matter raised in notification, I would encourage the minister to do so. But remember, it is not a question round that we are having notifications. It's to make a notification, express a concern, express a sentiment, etc. So just that we understand that, and that I don't hear before the minister starts or during the minister's speech that then it is said that no answer has been given to a matter raised in notification round. That is not the intention of the notification round. So I just wanted to stress that. But again, if a minister can address a matter raised, then he or she is free to do so. So thank you, members who have raised points as part of the notification round. And we now after that, go over to the agenda point for the meeting. En dat is de Ontwerplandsverordening tot wijziging van de Landsverordening begroting 2024. Landsverordening begrotingswijziging, zittingsjaar 24-25, ingekomen document 124, de dato 4 oktober. And that is the draft national ordinance amending the national ordinance of the budget 2024. And it is number 181 as draft national ordinance and IS 124 dated the 4th of October 2024. As I mentioned, this particular draft national ordinance was received on October the 4th. Members have, of course, received a copy of the amended budget or the proposed amended budget 2024. And members know that we started a Central Committee meeting yesterday, Thursday, October the 10th. Minister gave a presentation on the draft national ordinance before us amending the budget 2024. And members of Parliament were given the opportunity to pose questions, which was done. The meeting was adjourned, and it was decided in consultation with the minister that this meeting will continue today. Hence, we are here this morning. The meeting was first scheduled for 11, and then it was scheduled for, or rescheduled for 11:30. So having given that brief introduction to this meeting here this morning, we continue in the Central Committee meeting setting, handling the draft amended budget 2024. And I now give the floor to the Minister of Finance, Ms. Gomes, to answer the questions posed by members of Parliament. Minister of Finance, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, honorable members of Parliament, Griffier, my support staff, persons in the Tribune, citizens tuned in via social media, radio listeners under the sound of my voice, good morning and blessed day. Before addressing the questions, I would like to make a general statement. We are here today to discuss the amended 2024 budget. This budget was initially approved in March 2024, but due to the negative advice received from CFT and the actuals of the first 2 quarters, which confirmed that certain projections in the budget were unrealistic or unachievable, an amendment had to be made. I want to echo the remarks made by the Honorable MP Kotai yesterday. We have approximately 2.5 months left in the year 2024. While many questions were raised regarding new policies, it is important to note that no new policies have been incorporated into this budget amendment or the 2025 budget. This was agreed upon with CFT, given the timeline to finalize these budgets in a timely manner. The focus was solely on amending the figures to reflect more realistic projections. The cuts made are primarily based on actual expenditures. You may wonder why millions have been cut from certain areas. The reality is that by Q2, we observed that our expenses were significantly below what was budgeted and actually spent. Therefore, many of these cuts are not impacting operations, but are instead necessary adjustments based on what can realistically be executed within the remaining time frame of the year 2024. With regard to the notification, I want to clarify that the matching right term sheet I provided to Parliament confidentially, which grants St. Martin matching rights to the purchase of Mullet Bay, has been signed off by myself, the Prime Minister, and the Central Bank, prior to the signing of the addendum. The article in question states that the Central Bank currently holds power with regard to Mullet Bay, which is precisely why the matching right term sheet had to be and was signed off between St. Martin and the Central Bank. I now move on to the questions and answers. Question posed by MP De Wever, page one of noted a difference of the 50,000 guilders in the figure that was in the approved budget 2024. Madam Chair, through you, this will be adjusted via a note of wijziging. Thank you for pointing this out, MP. Question 2, Ministry of Finance, why the budgeted vacancies are the same but the budgeted costs are lower with regard to personnel. Madam Chair, through you, the reason the budgeted vacancies remain the same while the amounts are lower is due to the shorter time frame for which these vacancies are now budgeted. Initially, they were budgeted for 6 months, but currently they are planned for only 2 months. Consequently, even though the number of vacancies may increase or stay the same, the budgeted amount appears lower because of this shorter period. With only 2 months remaining in 2024, it's important to make a realistic budget adjustments to reflect how many people we can reasonably expect to hire in the remaining time. Question by MP Gums. What is the update on the status of the tax reform legislation to improve tax compliance and our tax regime? This question was also posed by MP Otley. Madam Chair, through you, there is a tax program focused on tax legislation, which is part of the land packet. When I took office, this was one of my first priorities. To be completely honest, it seems that this specific project has been stagnant. While externals have been hired to draft laws, it appears that none of these laws have been submitted to government. There is a follow-up meeting set with the Working Group Tax Improvement in the beginning of November, where we will go over all the details of the program so far, after which a plan of approach will be agreed upon. In addition, I have met with Audit Team St. Martin ATS and instructed the Department of Fiscal Affairs to draft a note of wijziging to include ATS in the tax law to improve tax compliance. They are currently working on this amendment. ATS is staffed with competent local St. Martin professionals, but they are currently limited in executing tax-related tasks because they are not included in the law. As it stands, only SBAP, a Curacao-based entity, is included in the law. It is crucial that we safeguard and empower our local professionals. Question 2. By MP Gums, what is the outstanding SZV and APS balances? Madam Chair, through you, at the end of Q2, the outstanding for SZV is 113.7 million guilders, and for APS, 11.2 million guilders. Question 3, by MP Gums, Airbnb tax, what is their status? Stakeholders are against tourism tax. What is the status on this? Also a question from MP Otley. Madam Chair, through you, the logère belasting room tax applies to Airbnb revenue at a 5% rate. I understand that there is at least one stakeholder, the SHTA, who opposes the tourist tax, arguing that it could deter tourists from choosing St. Martin as their destination. However, as I previously stated, we cannot continue to place the financial burden solely on the people of St. Martin. Collection of the 5% Airbnb room tax alone will not generate the additional revenue required to support the country, which is why both are necessary: compliance and collection of the lodging tax and implementation of the tourist tax. My plan is to establish a dedicated team to focus on collecting Airbnb taxes, starting with larger villas. The tourism tax is a key priority for me and this government, and we are currently awaiting advice from the SER, Social Economic Council, to proceed further. While some stakeholders may disagree, I hope that the SER will fulfill their task without unnecessary delay. I have been informed that we should receive this advice back from the SED before the end of the year, and I remain hopeful to have it in hand by then. I move on to questions by MP Otley. Madam Chair, through you, CFT has highlighted that the CAPEX allocated for 2023 has not been fully utilized to date. They have requested that we adjust the CAPEX budget to reflect what can realistically be executed this year. If we keep multiple CAPEX items in the budget without realistic timelines, we risk jeopardizing our chances of securing any CAPEX funding. It is important to understand that including CAPEX in the budget does not guarantee that we will receive a loan for it. The loan still requires approval, which is reviewed by CFT. The CAPEX for 2024 has been moved to the 2025 budget, as it is more realistic than the projects can be executed in that year. After discussions with CFT, we agreed to keep only 3 CAPEX items in the current budget. 1, GEBE, due to the severe situation in our country. 2, the Mental Health Foundation, which is a co-finance project with the trust fund, for which we do not have sufficient funds this year. And number 3, the prison, a co-finance project between the Netherlands and St. Martin. These projects could be jeopardized without the proper financing. Additionally, there are concerns about the appropriate substantiation of these investments, including extra CAPEX that cannot realistically be executed this year, would prevent us from securing the necessary loans. Therefore, most other capital investments have been deferred to the 2025 budget. Question 2. Revenue generating, what are the plans to generate revenue other than by taxation? Madam Chair, through you. The main source of revenue for St. Martin is through taxes. My plans to generate additional revenue include 1, implementation of the tourist tax, 2, increase of the room tax, 3, strengthening tax compliance and collection efforts across the board. At the same time, my priority is also to reduce the following taxes: profit tax and wage tax. Additionally, I am exploring options to ensure that AOV payments made to pensioners are not considered taxable income for income tax purposes. While I am aware that there is a broader tax program with various other plans, these are my priorities, and it is crucial to focus on actual implementation. St. Martin needs concrete changes, and these reforms have been long overdue. It is important that we move forward. We move from planning to action to truly address our revenue needs. Question 3, Causeway Bridge loans, what is the status? How much outstanding? Are there plans to buy or sell it? Madam Chair, through you, for clarity, this loan was not via the government, but via the harbor, therefore not recorded in the books of government. Question 4, tax received from 2019 to now, profit tax, income tax, wage tax, etc. Madam Chair, through you, the overview of the taxes in question have been sent in writing to Parliament yesterday. Question 5, in agreement with the reduction of profit tax and transaction tax. Madam Chair, through you, yes, I am in agreement with the reduction of the profit tax in stages to 15%. With regard to transaction tax, I am currently still doing my research to understand the effects of a transaction tax on St. Martin, the pros and the cons. Once I have done my thorough research, I can provide my input on this. What is the financial position of GB at this moment? That government has to invest $75.6 million. What is the burn rate from GB? Will there be a bid done? Madam Chair, through you, the bidding process can only begin once the necessary funds for the loans have been secured. Therefore, it is important that this budget amendment is approved before we can move forward with the bidding process for the GB generators. The Prime Minister would be able to provide further details on this matter. Does the government have plans for new revenue-generating measures? Madam Chair, through you, My priority,
Yes, MP Otley.
Through you, Madam Chair, the Honorable Minister of Finance read 3 of my questions but answered 1. She asked GB's financial situation, GB's burn rate, and the bid, and she only answered 1. I don't know.
Thank you, MP Otley. Minister, were you through with the answers, or you have, according to MP Otley, others to answer from him? Other questions from him? Minister?
Madam Chair, through you, I completed the questions pertaining to the financing. The other questions will be answered by the Prime Minister.
Thank you. MP Irian, you have a comment with respect to the answers which are being provided? MP Irian?
Good morning, all. Just for, let's say, a proper flow of the meeting today, can the ministers actually then indicate when they're answering that they won't be answering this question and the other minister will be answering, so we have proper flow? Because I didn't hear that. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you, MP Irian, and the minister has indicated that she has been and will continue to do so, to mention which questions will be answered by a colleague. Minister, you may continue.
Does the government have plans for new revenue-generating measures? Madam Chair, through you, my priority areas are the implementation of the tourist tax, increasing the roam tax, decreasing profit tax, and decreasing wage tax, while simultaneously improving compliance and collection efforts. However, I am always open to new ideas and greatly appreciate the suggestion made by MP La Cruz. Collaboration is key, and we must work together to make these initiatives successful for the country of St. Martin. While the tax reform is a large project covering various taxes, my intent is to focus on the implementation of the measures that will have the greatest impact on our revenue. Once these are in place, I will shift my main attention to the other areas, while, of course, these continue to be worked on by the project team. Sometimes we focus on so much and get nothing done, and that will not be my approach. Severe cuts were made in personnel. How is productivity going to be? Madam Chair, through you, the cuts are based on actual figures and the understanding that it would not make sense to keep 12 million guilders in the budget when we know it will not be utilized. Over the years, we have observed that the personnel budget is consistently inflated, as reflected in the country's annual financial statements. Therefore, adjustments have been made, especially considering that we are now in the final quarter of the year. It is unlikely that some vacancies will be filled by year end, given that the hiring processes for several of them have not yet begun. Next question. Why does the budget include an increase of 1 million guilders dividend for GEBE? Madam Chair, through you, this is not an increase in dividend, it is an increase in concession. The concession is calculated based on legislation. The increase is in accordance with the indexation as mentioned in the law. How many cabinet staff are in each cabinet? Madam Chair, through you, in the cabinet of the Ministry of Finance, there is currently 5 staff members. What is the minister's view on hotel room tax? Madam Chair, through you, my view aligns with the Honorable MP, and I agree with increasing this to at least 7% to be more in alignment with the region. What is in place to penalize violators from the merchants? Madam Chair, through you, as mentioned in the press briefing, the contract governing these matters is between the merchants and the banks. 2 actions can be taken if merchants fail to comply. Their payment terminals can be removed and they can be blacklisted, preventing them from acquiring a terminal from another bank. I strongly encourage merchants to comply with the regulations to avoid such measures. Additionally, I urge residents who encounter issues to report them by sending an email to St. Martin Bankers Association at gmail.com. It is important to notify the Bankers Association so that appropriate action can be taken. Let's work together to ensure compliance and a smooth resolution process. At this moment, the Bankers Association is responsible for penalizing non-compliant merchants. However, if these blatant violations continue, I will assess, together with the Minister of TIAT, what additional stringent measures the government can implement to prevent these illegal acts. It is essential to ensure that compliance is enforced and that such violators or violations are addressed effectively. I now move on to questions by MP Duran. A couple months ago, a situation arose where funeral arrangements were made for an active staff member. The Honorable MP would like to know if the Minister, along with government, can consider that we structurally put something else in place, knowing that we already cover a certain percentage. Can we at least cover 13,000 guilders for the funeral costs of active civil servants? Madam Chair, through you. Thank you, MP Duran. I understand that the current amount stands at 4,500 guilders and has remained unchanged for several years. I am open to exploring the possibilities of increasing this amount and will look into potential adjustments that could be made. Next question, revenue generating the debt from SZV. What are creative ways per ministry to generate revenue and minimize the burden on our people? Madam Chair, through you. Indeed, we must be creative in addressing our financial challenges. As I've mentioned before, it's crucial that we not only prioritize, but also ensure that we focus on implementation. Too often, we spread our focus across many areas, but fail to implement any meaningful changes. My priority areas are the tourist tax, increasing the room tax, decreasing profit tax, and wage tax, while simultaneously improving compliance and collection efforts. However, I am always open to new ideas and greatly appreciate the suggestion, again made by MP La Cruz. Collaboration is key, and we must work together to ensure these initiatives are successful for the country of St. Martin. Question 3. During the ENIA meeting, the Minister of Finance stated that the ENIA was in government in 2014, but it was not the ENIA in government. I would like to have some clarity as to who took out the loan and how much do we currently owe on that loan. Madam Chair, through you, allow me to retract the statement I made during the ENIA meeting regarding the loan expiring in 2029 of $58 million, which was taken out in 2014. While I initially mentioned that this loan was taken out under the government consisting of NADP and independent members, it was actually under the government formed by the UP, DP, and independent member Romain Laville. This loan was taken out at the time for capital investments for the country of St. Martin, and to clarify, the NA was not a part of the government at the time. My sincere apologies. I now move on to questions by MP La Cruz, who wants to understand why the cuts were made. Madam Chair, through you, the cuts to the budget were necessary because the revenue in the initial budget was overstated. When you decrease your projected revenue, it becomes essential to also decrease your expenses in order to maintain a balanced budget. Additionally, you cannot budget for costs that you do not have the funds to cover. Therefore, when revenue projections decrease, corresponding cuts must be made to ensure that expenses are aligned with the reduced revenue. I move on to questions by MP Arian. There was a loan for GB in the budget. Outside companies knew about this, but we did not. GB looking for a loan of $30 million, or is it $40 million, 154 in the toelichting? Madam Chair, through you, thank you, MP Arian. I am surprised that there was a lack of knowledge regarding the GB loan being included in the Budget Amendment 2024, as this information has been provided and stated multiple times by the Prime Minister as precautionary measures taken by government to ensure that the generators can be purchased as soon as possible. Given the severity of the GB situation that we have been facing in the last months, To clarify, the correct total amount for the loan is $42 million for 3 generators with an estimated cost of $14 million per generator. Question 2, who took up this loan? Is it VROMI or Minister of General Affairs? Madam Chair, through you, the loan will be taken out on behalf of the country of St. Martin and authorized by my person as the Minister of Finance. Question 3, are we leasing to GB or are we giving a loan to GB for GB to buy generators? Madam Chair, through you, the government will take out the loan to purchase the generators and subsequently lease them to GEBE. We're not permitted to take out a loan and lend it directly to a subsidiary. Given the severity of the situation, this solution was discussed and agreed upon with the Netherlands as a way to address this urgent issue. Question 4, if we lease it, the assets should be shown in the budget. Where is this taken up? Where is it insured? Where is the insurance taken up? Madam Chair, through you, the generators cannot be taken up in the budget as they have not been purchased yet. It can only be shown as an asset and be activated once they have been purchased. The listing in Stat C in the budget will only show per SNA code the total amounts that have been activated. Government will first have to get the loan to be able to purchase these generators, and that can only happen if this budget amendment is approved. The matter pertaining to insurance can be addressed by the Prime Minister, as this is a topic that can certainly be discussed with GEBE during the negotiation of the lease agreement terms to be determined who will cover these costs. Question 5, if it is a loan, what is the interest rate GB has to pay, and what are we making, and are we making a gain, and who is paying the insurance? Madam Chair, through you, the insurance is not included in the budget as the generators have not yet been acquired. This matter will be addressed during the lease agreement negotiations, where it will be determined who will cover the insurance and maintenance expenses. Once these terms are finalized, any necessary provisions will be incorporated into the government's multi-annual budget. For further details on this subject, the Prime Minister will be able to provide additional information. Have you had a discussion with Mr. Medema and Mr. Blackburn? This is also for the Minister of TIAT. Madam Chair, through you, no, I have not. Next question. Nowhere in the budget I see preparation of the transaction tax. Is this no longer the mighty revenue generating machine? Madam Chair, through you, the budget amendment is reflecting what is going to happen this year, and no policy changes have been included in this budget amendment given the limited time frame. As stated previously, with regard to transaction tax, I'm currently still doing my research, and to understand the effects of a transaction tax on St. Martin, the pros and the cons, once I have done my thorough research, I can provide my input on this. Next question. Be stated, he saw in the paper, government lost the court case on the tax system. The government, however, did not go into appeal. What is the impact on our tax system? Another delay of 2 to 4 years. What does BZK say on this? Is the money now lost? Are we starting from scratch? What are the plans going forward? Madam Chair, through you, the decision not to appeal was made because while the outcome of an appeal is uncertain, the process itself is expected to take at least a year. As a result, it was decided to retender the tax system instead. The funds are still available for St. Martin to purchase a system via the TWO. A few weeks ago, the State Secretary visited the tax office and received a presentation on the plan and understand the urgent need of a new tax system for St. Martin. The tender was publicly retracted in accordance with the court verdict. To be totally honest, The reason we still don't have a tax system 7 years later is due to the political maneuvering by the National Alliance over the past years, where continuity was not prioritized. This lack of focus on continuity has directly contributed to the country's inability to get or implement a much-needed new tax system. As bearing point, any former staff working in the tax office, this could be a reason why we didn't went into appeal. Madam Chair, through you. As stated previously, the decision not to appeal was made because the process is expected to be lengthy and the outcome remains unchanged. Given the urgent need for a new tax system in St. Martin, we have decided to retender the tax system at the soonest to expedite the process. This decision was made in discussion with the TWO as they are funding the project. Question 9. Surplus is unspent money from TWO, so we have a surplus because we don't spend money. Can you confirm that any surplus for 2025 does not generate a surplus in income? Madam Chair, through you. Your statement is incorrect. The funds allocated for TWO have corresponding expenses, which means they have no impact on the budget. Therefore, neither the 2024 nor the 2025 surplus includes any funds received from TWO.
Minister, with your permission, in fact, based on your request, I will adjourn for 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Meeting adjourned. I now resume this meeting after a brief adjournment and invite the Minister of Finance to continue with her answers to questions posed by members of Parliament. Minister, you may continue.
Madam Chair, I now continue with the questions posed by MP Arian. Project parking lot, where is this project now? We should have put a boom and a company was already selected. So where is that project now with the boom system? Madam Chair, through you, this parking lot project has my utmost attention as I believe it is necessary and the funds are available. I requested information and was informed by the Ministry of Asset that 3 quotes were received, but this was never tendered. However, given the balance exceeds 50,000 guilders, this project must be tendered publicly in accordance with the law. Together with the Ministry of Asset, we will publish the tender soon so that we can proceed with the purchase and installation of the boom. Sorry. Collection casinos since May. How much was collected and how many are up to date and remaining current? Sorry. This was also a question posed by MP La Cruz. Madam Chair, through you, I would like to report that 9 casinos have complied with their obligations regarding compliance and payment of the agreed balances. In total, 4.2 million was collected of outstanding balances. However, 4 casinos have not complied, and appropriate measures have been taken to collect the outstanding balances. Further actions will be taken as necessary. I must commend the previous Minister of Finance for enforcing these collection efforts, and I, as the current Minister of Finance, will continue to ensure that casinos and lotteries meet their financial obligations. Government came out and stated they do not want to sell Winier shares. It was not only that we wanted to sell shares, it was Winier that wanted to sell the shares. Madam Chair, through you, Winier has stated that no prior conversations have taken place regarding the sale of their shares. It is surprising to hear the statement made by the Honorable MP that Winier was the one initiating the sales of the shares. Question by the Honorable MP who requested a meeting on tax legislation. The MP stated he haven't gotten an update on these meetings, like inheritance tax and tax holidays. The MP would like to know the position of this Minister of Finance, and can we have a timeline on when I'll be ready to have these meetings? And Madam Chair, through you, I am not aware of any invitation. Once received, a response will be sent accordingly. Next question. It is interesting, the first opportunity the government got to generate revenue for the 2024 budget, they actually gave this money away. Government gave a tax holiday away to a developer. It's interesting that this was also done while they were a demissionaire government, just before elections. So are we really trying to generate revenue? Madam Chair, the tax holiday that was granted does not have any impact on the 2024 fiscal year. Its effects will be felt in future revenue cycles. Therefore, for 2024, no revenue was given away. While revenue is undoubtedly important, the focus must also be on attracting investments, creating job opportunities for the people of St. Martin, and fostering economic growth, all of which will eventually lead to increased future revenue for St. Martin. When considering a tax holiday, we must not only focus on the loss of tax revenue, but look at the broad picture and also recognize how this incentivizes future gains through increased economic activity and tax revenue in the long run. Next question. Hypocrisy. The previous Minister of VROMI was bashed to focus on construction, but partial tax holidays are granted to stimulate economic activity and create jobs, which in turn generates additional revenue, such as TOT for contractors, room tax, wage tax, and other related taxes. The increase in economic activity and job creation are the legislative criteria used to determine whether a tax holiday is granted, not the potential loss of revenue. Since it is difficult to predict the future revenue from these taxes and the revenue from profit tax based on tax holiday percentage, it is not possible to definitively indicate whether there would be a loss of revenue from granting a tax holiday. However, it is highly unlikely that any revenue loss would occur, especially when considering the complete picture of the expected future revenue generated as a result of the increased economic activity. Next question, could the 13 million for ECYS not be filled by this revenue loss? Madam Chair, through you, the tax holiday granted does not result in a revenue loss for the current year. Please note that this tax holiday applies to future revenue. Therefore, the answer is no. The tax holiday cannot be used to fill the 13 million guilder decrease in the ECYS budget for 2024. And last question, SZV draft agreement on the amount owed, multi-annual budget. Is there a time frame on the agreement? Madam Chair, through you, upon taking office, SZV requested an update on the contract. However, when a detailed specification was needed to justify the amount in question as included in the draft agreement, it was not available. As a result, I could not in good conscience just sign this agreement. SOA Bay will assist in determining a well-substantiated amount that both the government and SZV can agree on. While I acknowledge that there is a debt that needs to be settled, it is important to ensure that a detailed specification is provided, clearly explaining how the payment amount to SZV is calculated. This is also crucial from a financial management standpoint, as we need to be able to demonstrate and explain significant amounts, such as the debt to the auditors, with proper substantiation. Questions, I now move on to questions by MP Myers. Financial position of all government-owned companies, including SZV. Madam Chair, through you, the financial information from the government-owned companies has been included in the second quarterly report. I have submitted this document, which contains the relevant details from the government-owned companies, including SZV, for your review. I have also specified the pages where the information can be found for your convenience. Question 2, how much money government owes to SZV and what government was in when these monies were given to government? Madam Chair, through you, at the end of Q2, the outstanding balance owed to SZV is 113.7 million. These funds were not provided to the government, but accumulated due to the gap between actual expenses and the funds paid to the government for matters such as OZR. This situation arose because the government did not meet its financial legal obligations to SZV. Question 3. Please present me with the cost-cutting measures in the budget 2024 in March. Were there any cuts in the initial budget and how much? Madam Chair, through you, in the initial budget, no cuts were made because the projected income appeared more promising. However, after the second quarter, it became clear that tax revenues were falling behind expectations and that projected income from tourist tax and veneer would not be feasible in 2024. As a result, budget cuts had to be implemented at this stage to account for the shortfall. Question 4, can you name the companies that received the tax holiday that my colleague referred to? Can you say who those companies are? MP York also asked to receive documents pertaining to the tax holiday and also asked about the link to social responsibility. As such, I will provide an answer to both questions. Madam Chair, through you, in the tax holiday laws, there are no corporate social responsibilities taken up as a requirement. Basically, the legal requirements are a stimulation of the economy and the labor market. As such, requesting or getting something from a company that you are giving a tax holiday can be looked into and possibly incorporated in the law. Unfortunately, I am unable to answer the question regarding who has been granted tax holidays and provide any documentation for the following reasons. In accordance with Article 62 of the Constitution, every member of the Parliament has the right to ask questions to the ministers. The ministers must answer these questions within a reasonable period, unless it is considered that answering them would be contrary to the interests of the country or the kingdom. The requested information is subject to a legal confidentiality obligation, namely Article 50 of the General National Tax Ordinance, as it requests the name of individual taxpayers who enjoy a special tax treatment. Considering this, in this case, in order to determine whether answering the specific question is or is not contrary to the interests of St. Martin, a consideration of interest must be made between, on the one hand, the interests of those concerned in keeping their information confidential, and on the other hand, the interests of Parliament in being well informed. The individuals involved are major investors who should be able to trust that their tax information will not be disclosed to anyone other than those involved in the implementation of the tax ordinance. If this trust is breached, St. Martin could suffer significant damage to its image, which could negatively affect the investment climate in St. Martin. Therefore, I believe that in this case, the interests of those concerned in maintaining the confidentiality of their information outweighs the interests of Parliament in being well informed. In this case, answering the aforementioned question is therefore considered to be contrary to the interests of St. Martin, and as a result, the relevant question must remain unanswered. Last question by MP Myers. As government, what incentives do we offer to investors? Is there a package to potential investors? Madam Chair, through you, from the Ministry of Finance perspective, the incentives is a tax holiday. Besides this, there are no property taxes, which is also an incentive for external investors to invest in St. Martin. There was an additional question by MP Otley. The prison increase in CapEx, what is the increase? It was 36 million, and now it is 75 million. Madam Chair, through you, the increase is due to the inclusion of the contribution of BZK in the amended budget. In the initial budget, this contribution by the Netherlands of 33 million was not included, only disclosed in the notes. Seeing that the funds will be transferred to government and the execution will fully happen by the government, this has been taken up in the amended budget. I now move on to questions by MP Brugge. Will the cuts that are in the 2024 budget also be reflected in the 2025 budget? Madam Chair, through you, currently the budget for 2025 also has the budget cuts that are being reflected in the 2024 budget. However, it is the idea to make an amendment in the first quarter of 2025 based on the Q4 actuals of 2024. Is the drop in personnel costs reflective of the increasing number of civil servants leaving their function in government for the private sector? Madam Chair, through you, yes, this partially reflects that situation. Civil servants who have left in the meantime were initially budgeted for the full year, 12 months, in the approved budget. However, if their positions have not yet been filled, they are now budgeted for a shorter period, such as 3 or 6 months. I move on to questions by MP York. The road fund being part 2024 amendment, how does Minister feel about that? Madam Chair, through you, I have taken note of the report of the audit chamber, and I am aware of the road fund as established by the road fund ordinance, which ordinance is based on Article 24A of the motor vehicle tax ordinance. While acknowledging the legal requirements to allocate the funds for road investments in accordance with the road fund ordinance, I pointed out that it may not be realistic at this time since the road fund was not used by St. Martin government, and it seems to be a challenge to spend the amounts taken up in the budgets. I have also noted that in 2023 and 2024, 8 million was approved for the road investments, in addition to the millions budgeted for maintenance of the roads. However, these budgeted funds have not been fully utilized, indicating a more complex situation that requires further assessment. I propose reconsidering the allocation of funds, possibly establishing a separate team to manage these funds and adjusting the law accordingly or retracting it. This is to improve the use of the intended funds and to prevent over-allocation and overusage of these funds. However, this will be further evaluated and discussed with the Ministry of VROMI. Next question. What is the stance of the Minister of Finance on offering tax holidays for small businesses and startups? Madam Chair, through you, this sounds like a nice initiative and something I can definitely open to looking into. I now move on to questions by MP Westcott. What is the status of the draft 2025 budget? Is there a clear overview of our taxpayers' base example? Madam Chair, to you, the budget 2025 is currently being finalized by Legal Affairs, and once completed will be sent to Council of Advice for their urgent review. Question 2, how many taxpayers do we have? If we do not have that base and it is based on crib numbers, how many crib numbers are registered? Answer. Madam Chair, to obtain this information, we would currently need a third party to run a query in the system. However, we can say that there are more or less 39,705 natural persons. This includes sole proprietors. Besides this, we also have 7,182 legal entities registered with the tax administration, which includes businesses, foundations, and other types of entities. This is also one of the reasons.
I need to underbreak you for a second as I ask MP York, you have, what would you like to do or say at this time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I missed the answers on my questions to the Minister pertaining to lottery booths, etc. I don't know if she was planning on answering it later or...
Thank you, MP York. Minister, the MP is indicating that you missed an answer to his question from his questions. Could you address that, please? Thank you.
Madam Chair, the questions from the Honorable MP concerning the lottery booths will be answered by the Minister of TEAT. I will be back this afternoon to answer the questions from the Minister of TEAT.
Thank you, Minister. You may continue. MP York?
Well, my question was specifically pertaining to the Minister of Finance's stance on those questions, on taxes.
Minister, are you aware of the reference in terms of it being a specific question to you regarding this, or do you still maintain that it is one of the TEAT ministry?
Madam Chair, I am not fully aware that it was a total tax question. However, when I return, I am sure I would be able to provide not only the tax-related question, but the other question as it relates to the Minister of TEAT.
Thank you, Minister. You may continue.
Continuing with the question from the Honorable MP Westcott, this is also one of the reasons the new tender process to proceed as soon as possible. The tax administration should not have to rely on a third party to run these type of queries. The tax administration should be capable of independently running all necessary queries to gather information. Question 3, update on overall financial position as ZV and APS. Through you, Madam Chair, at the end of Q2, the outstanding for SZV was 113.7 million and APS 11.2 million. Question 4, 2025 budget approval as early that can be. Public budget made from 2025 budget, can this be looked at? Madam Chair, I believe that creating a summarized budget for the public is an excellent idea. I will ensure that we prepare one for the 2025 budget to enhance transparency and public understanding. And my final question was from MP Brugh. For each ministry, what projects or services would be affected by each of the cuts? Madam Chair, through you, the budget cuts do not impact any projects or services within the Ministry of Finance. The ministry has secured funding via the TWO for the 2 major ongoing projects within the ministry, namely the revamp of the tax office, including the implementation of a new system, and the Future of Finance project focused on financial management. This is also included in a new financial system. This comes to the end of the question and answers for the Ministry of Finance.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister of Finance. I am going to adjourn this meeting following this part of the meeting, so the minister, but before we go over to additional questions, we're going to be having other ministers come in following the Minister of Finance. We'll be having the Minister of, the Prime Minister, actually Minister of General Affairs. However, we'll adjourn before that, but I do want to give the members the opportunity now to briefly react, if necessary, to any any answer that the Minister of Finance gave, so that can be taken along by the Minister of Finance. So I see MP Duran. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you, Minister, for the responses thus far. However, I do have some concerns. One thing is for sure, I consider myself to have a photogenic memory when it comes to important matters of the people. And I sat in a meeting with WINEA representatives, namely board and managing directors, and there was discussions about a sale. Actually, it was their initiative brought to the Council of Ministers. So I know that government is continuous. Madam Chair, I even went as far as back to check in my documents, and I saw where this was verified. So I would like to understand who exactly is misrepresenting the truth here. Is it the government? Is it WINEA? Because that is quite troubling to me. I move on, Madam Chair, to a point that was brought forward by the minister with respect to a couple of weeks ago when it was mentioned that the NA took out these bad loans in 2014. I'm grateful that the minister was able to clarify that a couple of minutes ago by saying it was not the National Alliance, and she retracted the statement, which, I respect that. However, subsequent to that, another point was brought forward with respect to bearing point in the tax system, and that because of lack of continuity by the National Alliance. I'd like to go down memory lane where it was a DP minister who's no longer active in politics, but hey, he held public office, Minister Geerlings at the time, who agreed with them, put us in this hole, and now we had to come out of it, and the government refused to appeal. So again, Madam Chair, I want to say we cannot pick and choose when we are being truthful to the people, and we should always paint that entire picture, because anyone that is listening right now to the sound of the government would believe almost everything that is mentioned, which that is totally untrue. So my thing is, if a couple of weeks ago you were able to retract something today, I hope that this is not a future retraction in the making. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP Iran, you have the floor.
Good morning again, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Griffier, members of Parliament, the Honorable Minister of Finance and her support staff, to those viewing by different means and media. Madam Chair, Madam Chair, I'd like to say to the Honorable Minister of Finance that, I was also on that side of the bench, and I will say that before answers are given, and no matter who writes the answers, at the end of the day, you will have to take ownership of those answers. I would strongly advise to, before answers are given, to make sure that these answers are in line with what you believe in and make sense to you. That's just my advice, Madam Chair, to the Minister. I understand that it's budget debate, answers come in very fast, but some things just don't make sense. It was stated, for example, in one of the answers that a tax holiday does not lead to loss of revenue. But in the previous answer, it states the tax holiday potentially only leads to loss of revenue in the following years. So which one is it? Does it lead to loss of revenue or doesn't it? In addition to that, the answer even stated that it will have a decrease in potential TOT, room tax, among other taxes. So if it's a decrease in taxes, isn't it then a potential loss in income? So I would like clarification, especially for the public watching, because I think the public deserves to understand what a tax holiday is also. Because if we are saying it does not lead to a loss of revenue, what is the advantage then to the person requesting the tax holiday? And what is then the risk for government? Because there is a gain and there is a loss. When we look at, the Minister also mentioned in her answer that we have to look at potential for investment. We have to attract investors. But it's also interesting that the tax holiday was granted, but the investor was already here, all right? The investment was already made. So again, it contradicts the answers given. And the tax holiday was granted, the investor was already here, already constructing, so then what was the then gain if the investor was already attracted? Again, the answers are contradicting. It was also stated that we can calculate the expected revenue loss, but in the answer it was stated about future revenue gains. So how can we now not calculate our loss, but we can now predict or calculate our future revenue gains by attracting economic activity? It can't be that we could do one and not the other. Again, I believe it's contradicting. Regarding the Winier situation, Madam Chair, again, I sat on the other side. I'm not making things up. You have access to the Council of Ministers. You have access to the Secretariat. In June of 2023, discussions happened, and I would ask you, through you, Madam Chair, I would ask the Minister to please go and get the information from the Council of Ministers. I have no reason to lie to you, and at the end of the day, the discussions that we had were in the best interest of St. Martin. There's documentation proving that we had these discussions, documentation showing that Winier wanted this, and we even gave the opportunity for them to seek potential investors. As my colleague mentioned, Madam Chair, I don't want to come back every single week and have to hear it was a mistake and apologies. I would just like the truth. And it was a weird answer, I believe, regarding the tax system and why we're here today. Through you, Madam Chair, when we came to government, we were dealing with a situation where an outgoing government, on the eve of a transition, sent an email out to a company indicating to them that they won the bid. And this was the Chief of Staff of then Minister Perry Halings. So to government say that any government has messed up the tax system, and we were only there for 4 years, and this situation was dealt with before we came in, is very alarming. In addition to that, we have a sworn affidavit by all the members of the committee who was dealing with the tax system that said, we never gave permission to the chief of staff to send that email out, and we never awarded that entity the bid. So then, who messed up the whole tax system, Madam Chair? It was definitely not us. Definitely not nationalized government, and the only government at that time, and the minister at that time, was the DP Minister, Perry Killings. I think it's very, very dangerous, Madam Chair, to be playing these games when the evidence and facts, because you can just Google it, Madam Chair, it's not something that I'm making up, it's there. Regarding the question posed by MP York regarding the road funds, again, a few months ago we used to say the government of contradiction, and it continues to be that. On September 4th, the press briefing on government page. We could go back to the government page on September 4th, look at the press briefing. Minister Patrice Gomes mentioned at the 30th minute, we can be very clear on the time also, that the road fund will be established in the budget amendment. So when the MP asks a question, we don't see it in the amendment, right? It is weird, because we have to be able to trust the government. If the minister says something in press briefing, I have to trust that it's true. The reporter at that time even asked for a follow-up question. So if we establish a road fund and the road tax is going to the road fund, then there will be a decrease in government revenue. He acknowledged this and said, yes, we would be dealing with budget cuts, and the staff of VROMI have acknowledged that this will impact them, but as a government, we have to find ways to now generate more revenue. He further went on and said that as a council of ministers, we will be approving this and following and continuing this discussion on the road fund and finding ways to fill this gap. That's not my words, Madam Chair. Maybe I'm paraphrasing a bit, but for those of you who want to see that press briefing, again, September 4th at the 30th minute. That's not my words. I have to be able to trust the government, Madam Chair. So when I came in today and this week, I get the budget amendment, and it does not talk about the road fund. It does not talk about road tax. Yes, I was surprised. Madam Chair, I look forward to the answers given by the responses to my questions, and I hope to have truth and adequate, real answers, and not any, let's say, political maneuvering. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. I continue, and I give the floor to MP Otley. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day once again to the viewing public and those who may have just tuned in. I have a couple clarifications. One, very important, the Causeway. I asked for information on the Causeway Bridge through you, Madam Chair. I would hope that these answers will be provided when the Honorable Minister comes back in the capacity of TEAT, since she would be so then I'll wait on that information. The Minister of Finance elaborates on 2.5 more months remaining, and I said yesterday, be very careful when you do a budget for the year, especially this late in the year, and you only take into consideration literally that it's 2024, because the budget you will have to use until the 2025 budget is passed. So with that being said, since the minister keep elaborating on 2.5 through you, Madam Chair, when is it expected for the 2025 budget to reach Parliament? And what is the location at this moment of the 2025 budget? While we speak on tax programs, in the question that the Honorable Minister answered, she spoke that the tax programs are in the country package. While so true, I would like to know what is the Minister's update with the recent article from the Netherlands to cut Caribbean investments? And also there is talks of cutting the TWO. So we all know that these tax programs and other initiatives for government was funded through the TWO that was funded by the Netherlands. It did help a lot with legislative trajectories of the government, but now there are talks of cuts in investments. If anything has changed since then, has communication been made with the government in the Netherlands to secure these investments and ensure that we can continue? Also, it was stated that the debt to SZV is 130% 12.7 or 13.7. I stand to be corrected. I would like the correct figure. Outstanding for SZV. What is the monthly amount requested by SZV for OZR? I know we had numerous discussions. The former Minister of Finance and the CEO of SZV had numerous discussions on what would be a preferred figure. An increase was made by the then government. We would like to know, is it the intention, let's just jump a little bit, for 2025 to meet the required budget of SZV, or is the discussion still ongoing as how we will supplement what is missing? I am also glad, through you, Madam Chair, to hear that the Minister of Finance is a proponent of the tourist tax. That make me feel good. But I would also like to know, what is your plans for the tourist tax? As when we were doing the tourist tax, it was first initiated as a health levy, whereby in discussions also with the CFT, it was championed through VSR, the legislative, everything legislative was championed through VSR, and allocation of the money, it would have been an agreement. An allocation of the money will go towards SZV and the rest towards specific projects. What is the intention of this government, of yourself, through you, Madam Chair, Minister of Finance, for the monies collected once the tourist tax is instated? It was estimated to make us between $15 to $18 million yearly. So I would like to know, what is the current plan? Because we have to think that far. The Honorable Minister also mentioned CAPEX being not guaranteed. Not because CAPEX is in the budget means that we are guaranteed to have it. It is a request. It goes back to my point exactly yesterday, that moving the CAPEX to 2025 does not guarantee that those projects will be executed. It all depends on our budget, our financial income and expenditures, and we will see. So I wanted to make it clear that when we're in this presentation and hearing certain projects move for CAPEX 2025 to the public of St. Martin, that is not a guarantee. I also hear the minister states that she's in agreement with the reduction of the property tax in stages to 15%. I'm very happy to hear that, as that was one of the things that I also championed. It was all over the billboards, to reduce the tax to 15%. And I look forward to us working very closely to ensure that this happens. It was done in Curacao, and I don't believe all the time we need to reinvent the wheel. It would increase compliance, and we would get a real look at what our real GDP is, because there's no secret that a lot of businesses hide their true profit because of 34.5%. I would also like to, no, I did mention the tourist tax, and I did mention the port. When it pertains to GEBE, it said that a bid will be done once the budget or the request is approved. My question is, so what is the 75.6 million based off of? I know that you gave a price per generator, but why are we purchasing, or why are we using that price if no bid has been done? How do we know the price? Because while is the 75.6 a safe projection, or, you know, so I need to know where did that amount come from, and if it came from a specific company, why are we using that specific company as a benchmark when no bid has been done? The minister misunderstood my question as it pertains to the 36 million. The minister spoke about the prison. My question was pertaining to the letter dated June 12 to the CFT, where it clearly stated that 36 million guilders will be the investment for GEBE. And then I asked, why are we seeing now 75.6? And was this letter updated to the CFT, now letting them know that the amount has changed to 75.6? I understand that the investment for the prison, the amount is pretty close, So I understand the miscommunication, but I was speaking specifically about your June 12 letter. The minister also spoke of her plans for the tax levy, her plans for profit tax, reduction of wage tax, and spoke of increasing compliance. I heard it more than once, increasing compliance. But what I'm missing is how do you plan to increase compliance, Honorable Minister of Finance? We spoke of the 1.5 million for GEBE. What I would like to know, is this a realistic contribution? And I would like to know GEBE's views on this, if they can afford and live up to such contributions. We need to also learn from the past. It was also stated that the intention is for us to approve the amount government to purchase the generators and lease. It says that government is not allowed to buy and lend. So I want to be specific. So are we allowed to then buy and lease? And then it was also said that it was discussed with the Netherlands. And the reason I'm being specific is because for me, myself, and the average man out there, if we're not allowed to buy and lend, but we're allowed to buy and lease, I would like to know, where is this allocated? What gives us the permission? Because a rule is a rule and a law is a law. And not because we discuss with the Netherlands allows us to move from the rules of the law. So I would definitely like to know where in the realms of the law are we allowed to buy and lease? Because as stated before, in the TULIC thing, it says that approving this budget gives the Honorable Prime Minister the permission to engage in such agreement with GEBE. I realize that the 75.6 million is also asked about in this budget. And when you were asked about, through you, Madam Chair, about insurance fees, maintenance fees, other aspects, it was said that it's not taken up in this budget. It's not taken up in this amendment. It's not. And this is why I clearly stated that it's important to have every aspect of this agreement. Because what we are asking now is the budget for us to approve 75.6 million without knowing insurance fees, without knowing certain things. And I clearly hear the minister say other expenses will be taken up in the next budget to come. However, it's extremely important. I don't know who will be responsible for answering the questions of the contract that is to be made between government and GEBE. It's a fine line, although we see the Prime Minister seems to be the face right now for the government as it pertains to GEBE. Then sometimes I turn on the press briefing and then I hear the Minister of VROMI speaking about GEBE. So I'm asking this question to you, Honorable Honorable Minister of Finance. Who will be responsible for the structuring of this contract? Because it is a government contract of 75.6 million. And everything needs to be in place. And I said it before and I'll say it again. If this government wants my approval as it pertains to 75.6 million, I need all the information. I do not want me, Omar E.C. Otley, to approve this. And later down you hear that GEBE cannot meet the obligations. Government is in a financial burden because GEBE doesn't meet the obligations. Or we do not know the intricacies of a contract that we are allowing the government to then enter into agreement with GEBE. So I would like all the information pertaining to such, and then I can feel comfortable. So I'm saying it from now, Madam Chair, through you. And that is all the clarifications I have at this moment.
Thank you, MP Otley. I don't see any other members wishing to take the floor at this point. So, members of Parliament, I will now adjourn this meeting until 1:45. So in other words, for approximately a half an hour. So we will recommence at 1:45, 45, at which time the Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs will come in to address the questions posed that regards him, and I will discuss with the Minister of Finance her return to address the additional matters raised to the Minister of Finance. So members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby adjourn this meeting until 1:45 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, making sure that we're all set up technically speaking, and we are. So, members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, those of you in the Tribune and elsewhere, good afternoon and welcome back to the continuation of this meeting of Parliament. We are in a Central Committee meeting and we are handling and debating the draft amended budget 2024. This meeting started out with a presentation by the Minister of Finance, followed by questions from members of Parliament and answers provided by the Minister of Finance. And we now continue the session with other ministers now responding to questions relating directly to their ministry. And the next minister up to answer questions is the Prime Minister and Minister of General Affairs, who at this time I welcome along with his support staff. Welcome, Prime Minister. Very good afternoon to you and your support staff here this afternoon. And Prime Minister, I immediately invite you to take the floor to respond to the questions posed by members of Parliament that regard your ministry and your areas of responsibility. Prime Minister Marcelina, you have the floor, but I think not only did I think I heard Chair Lady being said, but I also realize that MP Otley is requesting the floor. So I give him the floor at this time. MP Otley.
Madam Chair, thank you. I know it's a bit unorthodox, but I'm pretty sure you're going to allow me the moment to do this. I just saw there was a suicide this morning, and I just saw that it was a kid. And my prayers goes out to the family. And just yesterday we spoke of mental health awareness, and this is something that I just thought that it would be remiss of me to let it go past, and I am deeply, deeply saddened. And on another note, while we have, it is important to invest and pour into our kids. So I'll take this moment and also acknowledge the youngsters that competed in the basketball tournament. And also Mr. Yanitro Williams has a group of youngsters in Curacao that is doing extremely, extremely well. So I am, for any kid that feels neglected, please find someone to talk to. And I'm pretty sure any one of us can be that person as well.
Thank you, MP Otley. And I now continue, and I invite the Prime Minister to take the floor. Prime Minister, you have the floor.
President of Parliament, Secretary General, members of Parliament, those in the Tribune, in those following by the various means, and also the people of St. Martin in general, good afternoon, actually. I will proceed immediately by giving answers to questions that were posed yesterday by the members of Parliament. First, I'm going to start with a Member of Parliament, Mrs. Melissa Gums. Her first question was parameters for the loan for GEB generator. What is the plan from the government? What is the concept behind it? As mentioned previously, the plan of government is to obtain the loan from the Netherlands and with the loan purchase the generators. NVGB and the government will sign a lease to owe agreement so GB can receive the generators from government. The government will pay back the loan with the payments received from GEBE. During the last months, together with GB, the government concluded that this option is more feasible and transparent. Second question of MP Gums. What happens in case of a disaster to the concept? Considering the responsibility that the government has towards the people of St. Martin in whatever unanticipated disaster that may present, the government will have to assume its responsibility to make sure that the commitments made are being adhered to. Depending on the complexity of the challenge, the government will pragmatically look for alternative solutions. Question 3 from MP Gums. Considering that our debt position is growing and we need to manage it carefully, what is the plan of government for TLM and GB? The government, in its capacity as shareholder representatives, will assume its responsibility for these very important government-owned companies. It is known that there is a backlog in the situation of these companies, being, for example, maintenance of the building or equipment, or the financial status, and the level of service that should be provided. It is known what the government is doing with GB, at least on the urgent measures to try to guarantee a constant and stable service. The next step is to take measures to strengthen the management of GB and ultimately finalize the recruitment process for a more permanent managing board. With TLM, the government is currently at the table and discussing the various options for the survival of TLM. Answer for MP Otley. 75 million being requested for generators. Was there a bid carried out? Answer. At this moment, we still need to secure the loan first. As soon as this is arranged, GB will research the market for the best options, and if necessary, we will open a public bidding. Question 2 from MP Otley. What is the financial position of GB at this moment? According to in-house figures, the financial position is positive because the total inflow for the first 9 months of the year 2024 is 24 million guilders more than our outflow. What is GB's cash burn rate? According to NVGB, their cash burn rate is approximately 3 million guilders lower than their monthly collections. Question 4 from MP Otley. Does the Prime Minister support the SAAHA, the SAHA, the Sustainable and Affordable Healthcare Act, as is? Any attempt to reorganize the sustainability of the financing of the healthcare for the people of St. Martin has my support. My concern is that a broadening of the pool of premium contributors should result in more than keeping the financial balance on a thin line. My concerns regarding this thin line will further be discussed with the Minister of Health and also with the COM. Question 5, does the government have any plans for new revenue-generating measures? Answer, it must be noted that this is an amendment of the budget 2024, which was already approved by Parliament based on the advice of the CFT to cut, and considering the available time to do so, the government's focus was on the cuts. The vision of this government, including possible measures taken by this government for, among others, revenue-generating measures and also cost-cutting measures, will be presented to Parliament in the draft budget 2025. Question 6. Does this amendment include securing financing to start anything new as it relates to drafting a new legislation for revenue-generating measures? I would like to refer to the previous answer, namely that the focus of this amendment was the cuts as advised by the CFT on the budget that was already approved in Parliament. Question number 7. With the severe cuts in personnel costs, how will the government increase productivity taken directly from the toelichting, being page 79, comment from the Ministry?
Sorry, I need to interrupt you just for a moment. Okay, MP De Wever is does not require the floor, but MP Otley did. MP Otley, just briefly to the Prime Minister, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I noticed 2 of my questions the Prime Minister has not answered. He's telling me what the subject meeting is about. I didn't ask that, Madam Chair. I asked specifically, what are the government's revenue generating plans? The Prime Minister answered and said, this is about the amendments, and he'll answer in the 2025 budget. That's not what I asked, Madam Chair. What are the plans? And also, there was another question right after where the Prime Minister gave the same answer. I would like the answers to my question, please.
Prime Minister, did you get the comment by the Member of Parliament?
I have made a notation of it.
Okay, thank you. So, Prime Minister, you may continue. MP Mila de Weaver, no? Because I still see you on the... Okay. So, yes, so then I invite the Prime Minister to continue. Prime Minister, you may continue.
Yes, with the severe cuts in personnel costs, how will the government increase productivity taken directly from the toelichting? It's about the toelichting for the budget of 2024, considering the... Okay, and I will have to give answer to the toelichting. So, considering those 2 months left over, the government expects that these cuts will have a limited effect on the recruitment and productivity for the remaining 2 months of 2024. In VROMI, 18.2 million was taken out of the capex for land purchasing. What are the ministry's position on the cuts made and SG's of each department, especially the justice sector? Answer: in the case of the Ministry of General Affairs, understandably there were some challenges raised by, especially but not limited to, the department which services the other ministries, like the Department of Facility Services, the ICT department, and the Department of Personnel and Organization. And of course, I would also like to refer to the previous answer. Question 2, I would like the names of all consultants hired by the ministry. I would like to know the contractual pricing for each consultant hired by the minister and how many cabinet staff are in the cabinet. First, I need to indicate that there are no consultants in the cabinet of the Ministry of General Affairs and or from the Prime Minister. The staff of the cabinet consists of 5 members, 3 civil servants, and 2 based on a labor contract. The monthly salary of all the staff is in accordance with the policy Plaatsing Politieke Assistenten. Question 3. Cry from the Prime Minister. He had to go to Washington, D.C. for 200 million awaiting. Was the 200 million ever received? Yes, the 200 million is under the supervision of the World Bank. The mission to Washington, D.C. was a key pending objective outlined in the transition document of the previous government. My involvement directly tackled the capacity challenges within VROMI, as now Ministry of VROMI was also present, safeguarding the continuity and success of vital projects under the trust fund, for which over $200 million remains available. Key achievements of the mission included also additional financing for a new mental health facility, a commitment of the Netherlands for extensive technical assistance to the Ministry of VROMI, and a final approval of the steering committee on $25 million for the wastewater management project, as was published in the local media with the World Bank and NRPB officials in the month of August. I also propose to start negotiations for a possible extension of the supervisory role of the World Bank for after 2028. Question 4, increase in throughput fee due to building of the bridge. Prime Minister stated that the throughput fee was established to pay for the bridge. Please provide clarity. When discussing the expenses of GB and the fuel clause, I was informed that, among others, the throughput fee was put in place to cover the payments of the loan received to build the Causeway Bridge. MP Arendel, SZV, there was a draft agreement on the amount owed. Is there an agreement? What is the timeline and where is it reflected? The meetings held with SZV have been highly constructive, and we are confident that finalizing this plan will not only bring much-needed clarity, but also prevent similar issues in the future. The ministry is optimistic that an agreement can be reached soon, which will be reflected in the 2025 budget. Question 2 of Ms. MP Artwell-Irion. There was a draft to be executed for 2025. I don't see it reflected in the budget. Where are we regarding the maintenance of the building? The Department of Facility Services is rolling out a strategy to improve maintenance of government buildings. A key initiative is the Facility Management Information System, the FMIS, which will centralize data on maintenance, repairs, and asset management. This system, potentially funded by the Temporary Work Organization, the TWO, aims to boost efficiency, proactive planning, and transparency. The department is also addressing mold prevention, air-conditioned servicing, and hazard testing, which have been managed reactively in the past. A proactive approach will ensure these tasks are handled regularly to protect the health and the safety of the civil servants and the public. Additional funding is requested to support this shift to proactive maintenance, which will reduce long-term costs and risks. The department is working with the TWO, the TWO, and other stakeholders to secure these funds, ensuring sustainability, safe, and cost-effective facility management. Question 3 from MP Irion Artwell. Parking across from the old post office. Where is that project now with the boom system? The company has already been identified. The budget already has a lot more potential to generate revenue. Why is that project not being looked into? The project at the old post office location was identified and planned. However, the public tender that took place in 2023 was never finalized because the awarding advice was not completed. Additionally, the budget was not allocated before the tender process occurred. As a result, the project has been put on hold. Currently, our focus is on the automatic parking boom payment system project at Klemla-Bega Square parking lot in Philipsburg, where a similar system was in place but was never replaced after Hurricane Irma. Concerning the project at Klemla-Bega Square, funds have already been allocated for its completion. The Department of Facility Services has now provided new terms of reference with all the updated specifications for this project. The terms of reference will be published in the newspaper next week, and once this is done, we will proceed with the public tender. The goal is to finalize the Klemla-Bega Square project with the system fully operational by second week of January 2025. For the project at the old post office location, we will ensure that the correct specifications are stipulated in the terms of references. We also must consider that this project involves significant investment, particularly concerning the infrastructure. The foundation at the old post office location must be concrete, lights need to be installed, and all our infrastructure must be factored into a public tender, followed by the automatic parking boom payment tender. We aim to begin the public tender for the old post office location by mid-December, with full operation of the system at Clem-La-Bega Square finalized by also the second week of January 2025. Questions posed by MP Richinel Brug. How do these cuts relate to the employee survey? For each ministry, what project services would be affected by each of the cuts? Two of the main points that came out of the employee survey were the need for career advancement and training. The cuts have a direct effect on the overall functionality of various departments. Prior to the additional cuts, the organization already was faced with a situation that 25% of functions within government were not filled, whereby these vacancies were not evenly distributed. The impact thereof is mostly noticeable in function scale 9 and higher. As the vacancies cannot be filled, it creates a higher workload for existing employees, which also has an effect on the increased departure of employees from the government apparatus. In addition, as the training budget has also been affected by the cuts, there is still no adequate investment in career development and training. Question 2 from MP Brug. How does the budget cut relate to the employee survey recently conducted and to the proposed cuts for personnel? Reference is made to the previous answer. In addition, I can inform Parliament that different departments have their challenges concerning the shortage of personnel. Question 3 from MP Brug. Are the cuts also when it comes to personnel? Are the cuts also, when it comes to personnel, a result of the recent increase of the situation where a lot of civil servants are leaving the government apparatus to the private sector? Is that one of the reasons why you see a drop in certain areas within budget? In general, the cuts are based on the advice of the CFT that we had to adhere to. Question 4, explain why exactly that amount was required for the amount to be adjusted. As mentioned, cuts were made on indication of the CFT. Of course, it was the choice of government where to cut. MP Westcott Williams, the pending draft law at the Council of Advice for review, specifically the draft law for the increase in the vacation allowance. What is the status of these laws and where are those laws that needed to be completed ever since it was stated that the vacation allowance and the increases were to be increased? The adjustments are in the National Ordinance amending de regeling vakantie en vrijstelling van dienst en de National Decree containing general measures amending de bezoldigingsregeling ambtenaren. In the meantime, the government has received the advice of the Council of Advice on both, and currently the NADE report is being finalized by the Department of Legal Affairs and the Department of P&O. It should be noted that just like other departments, these departments also have a shortage of personnel. Madam Chair, these questions, these answers were directed to the questions of the Member of Parliament. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those answers provided to members of Parliament. Their questions as posed in the discussions regarding the budget or the draft amended budget 2024. At this time, of course, the members of Parliament have the opportunity to react and or ask additional questions in the context of the amended budget we received. And I give the floor to MP Ludmila De Wever. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the Prime Minister and his staff and everyone else. Very briefly, because I noticed that the Prime Minister looked at me when answering the cash burn rate regarding NVGEBE. So I just wanted to make sure that, it was a question that I asked the Prime Minister during our GB meeting, but I then remember that MP Otley also asked that question. I believe the answer received was 3 million less than revenue. I think it was, the cash burn rate is 3 million less than the money coming in, right? Than revenues, right? But what I'm looking for is, so there's two definitions, right, that you can use for cash burn rate. One's when you're starting, for the startup of a company, and then one for the continuation of a company. And specifically, it's about the speed at which an unprofitable company basically will consume its cash. So when I asked that question with GB, it was to get an idea of timing. So normally what we're looking for is a number divided by the total expenses every month, which will give you a length of time. And usually it's days or months. And I remember specifically after Irma, we were dealing with about 3 months cash burn rate, so that if GB stopped getting any cash, so if customers stop paying GB, and they looking at the cash that they have there right now, reserve that they can go and use for an emergency situation or to cover their costs, it would be the time, it would be the days that remaining. So it was about 90 days, right? And with any company, so now with GB, my concern is that you have a significant portion of customers that are not paying, because customers have now, unfortunately, because of all factors, not paying in on a regular monthly basis. So the cash available on hand for GB to use to cover expenses is now coming under significant threat. So the question is, maybe it is not for public consumption, but the question is a very, very important one to see what decisions we need to take to help GB with their burn rate, meaning how fast are they burning through their cash on hands. So what I was expecting is that if after Hurricane Irma it was 3 months, but then we very, very quickly cleared that up within 1 year, we are now at 2 years, where I'm very sure that the amount of open balances remaining for that company is significantly higher than after Hurricane Irma, because there was no errors in billing. So again, going back to the cash burn rate, I hope it is not 30 days. But it is maybe a discussion for all of us to have potentially behind closed doors, that not only the purchase of a government will assist with that, but it means that internal decisions need to be taken to make sure we slow down that burn rate. So it's no longer about putting water out it. It's literally you have to start looking at where do you cut costs or where do you start collecting cash. And if decisions that have been taken lately to help people pay is not working for the last year, harder things need to happen, uncomfortable decisions need to happen, cost cutting needs to happen. And I know that we are not in a GB meeting, but it was brought up again, which is why I I have to specify and clarify that we are talking about an existing company, not a startup. So 3 million less is not a sufficient answer for me in regard to that question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP De Wever. I now give the floor to MP Doran. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you to the Honorable Prime Minister for the responses provided thus far. However, Madam Chair, through you, there's still one question that keeps burning and it keeps coming up over and over, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around the answer. With respect to the loan for GB, if we don't have any details on what the money is being spent on exactly and how much the cost is, how can we possibly be taking out a loan without any substance as to what you're taking out a loan for? If I want to take a loan for a mortgage, if I want to take a mortgage by the bank, I have to present a building plan, I have to present how much bedrooms, XYZ, all these intricate details. Now we're being asked as a parliament to approve a figure and await, and in the future we're going to get more details. It doesn't sound realistic to me, Madam Chair, and I would just like to get some substance to it, because right now it seems to be a question that the government is running around, and I would just like some clarity. through you, and I look forward to that response. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP Otley, you are next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I second the sentiments, like I stated before, of MP Duran. I can't just blindly agree to something where we're not given details for 75.6 million. During the clarification, I also noticed the burn rate, and I too think it's insufficient information or insufficient, especially to occur a loan of such a magnitude. And this is why I say we need all the details before. Everything can sound nice, but we are members of parliament, we are running a country, and we cannot see everything for face value. And at a burn rate that was just explained, I don't know. I don't know, so I definitely need to see. MP Gums asked about TELEM and GEBE, and when I spoke earlier, I spoke through you, Madam Chair, about for me, and my colleague next to me, my party mate, say, don't speak just for myself, we're a team. Well, I can say this, we feel disrespected. Prime Minister comes in here and runs around the answer through you, Madam Chair. We asked about plans for GEBE and TELEM, and no clear plan was given. No security plan was given. The question I asked to the Honorable Prime Minister yesterday, through the Minister of Finance, I asked about the mayor group, the case. I asked about the 3.8 million that was paid. I know 3.8 is owed. How much was paid? What is the implications by us paying this? Was this paid in installments? Was this a one-time payment? If it was a one-time payment, what implications would it have on the cash flow or the budget of TELEM? I asked about the liens being placed on all the receivables of TELEM. These are important factors and important things, and those are the things that I wanted to hear, not just that we are looking into the matter, everyone knows the situation of GB and we're working on it. When I asked about the quote for a bid, it was stated that once it is approved, again, once it is approved, then we will go. Well, I was a contractor, and I know people that say, hey, I would like to go to the bank for a loan, and I would like your company to do a quote. And I would do the quote, and then based on that quote, or the quotes, the bank can then determine if we can deal with the amount. We are here asking to approve 75 million and then saying, okay, then we're going to go on bid. But yet, we have a price, we have a budget, we know how much, where, how do we know? But then that's my next question. Where's the 75.6 million coming from? And I was told earlier 4 million for a generator, Madam Chair. Where did we get this information? What company are we using for this information? And why are we using the information from this company specifically? See, because what I would do is acquire multiple quotations. Once you acquire multiple quotations, and this is, I learned from corporate governance as well, you acquire multiple quotations, you have an estimate of where you need to be. But here we are publicly all over asking for 75.6 million and then asking to approve, and then we're going to go into a bid, then we're going to go into agreement with GB, what none of us have any idea of. I'm sorry. I'm humbly asking for that information before the voting of this budget. I'm saying it here. I asked the question, do you support the SAHA as is? Again, we go around, I support anything that is beneficial, but I have issues with X, Y, Z, and I will discuss with the minister. Do you support as is? Yes or no? Because it's on its way. That's why I asked the question, Madam Chair. I asked about revenue generating plans. It was said that we're dealing with the amendment. I didn't ask that, Madam Chair. I'm asking about the revenue generating plans for the government. So budget debate, yes, and I'm asking for revenue generating plans. Yesterday we were told to give them some time, but the Minister of Finance came back with her revenue generating plans. So I was expecting the same. So it's no excuse because the Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Chair, was ready with her revenue generating plans. Again, as I indicated to the Honorable Minister of Finance as well, be very careful when we indicate 2 months, 2 months, 2 months. Unless, Madam Chair, the 2025 budget is ready and will be ready to be handled and approved by and signed off by January. Because if not, again, for the public, we will be using this amended budget in 2025 if it's not ready by then. I asked the Honorable Prime Minister about consultants. The Honorable Prime Minister said he has no consultants. He has cabinet staff and 2 persons on the labor contract. I would like to know the name of these cabinet staffs and the name of the persons on the labor contract. When I was, through you, Madam Chair, Minister of VSA, I was asked by the members of Parliament to present every single thing, every single contract, all of us, and we did. Now I ask for the amounts being paid, and I'm told it's within the legal limits. I didn't ask that, Madam Chair. I specifically asked for the names and the amounts, just like I was asked as a minister, and the positions. I asked about 200 million from the trust fund. I said, do we have the 200 million? It says, yes, the trust fund has the 200 million. Then we mentioned projects as mental health, wastewater projects, and all of these things. Madam Chair, was St. Martin given the green light for the 200 million? The mental health project, the wastewater projects were projects approved before going away for 200 million. I see now in the budget we have to inject 14 million. Why? To save SZV, because that was a discussion. A certain amount was needed, and in order for that amount to be suffice, we needed SZV to inject more. But we are being asked in the CAPEX to inject more in mental health for the same reason. And this I can understand. But the funds for the project were already there. The wastewater project, when we had to reprioritize, it was said by the trust fund, do not touch the wastewater project. And this is before the Prime Minister became Prime Minister and go for the 200 million. What new funds is the 200 million used for? Because if I went away and got 200 million, the whole country would know about it. We're in the middle of a crisis. We're asking for GEBE, all of these things. And we have 200 million? 200 million we have? And we're worrying? Madam Chair, I would also like an update on the housing project. Falls under NRPB, under the Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister. I would like an update on the housing project. And last but not least, I'm going to ask again, that all the information pertaining to this 75.6 million for the GEBE generators, every information that the government may have that we don't have, be presented to us, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Otley. The next MP to speak is MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon once again, Madam Chair Lady. A blessed afternoon to the Prime Minister and his support staff, my fellow members of Parliament, and those watching in the Tribune. Madam Chair Lady, yesterday in a meeting with the Minister of Finance, I suggested that we would come together as a Parliament and come to find new ways of generating income for the country. I hope that the Prime Minister heard that echo and that he is open to that suggestion also. Madam Chair Lady, I from the beginning made it clear that the 75,600,000 guilders that is being requested in the budget will not get our support. And when I say our, I speak of the United People's Party without the documents to support. Madam Chair Lady, I also whispered it before to the Prime Minister that once information is forthcoming, you will not get this type of reaction, definitely not from my person or my fellow colleague. And we see exactly what we spoke about day before yesterday, now before us, where no one feels that they got the answers. And that is a little disappointing. But again, Madam Chair Lady, I also send some questions in writing. I would like to know if the Prime Minister received those and if I'll see them in the report. And if not, I don't want to go through all of them one by one now, because I know they will come back in the report, but I just want to make sure that they were received. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP Lacruz. MP Lacruz, just again, we briefly discussed this matter regarding the questions. The questions for the Central Committee meeting handling a national ordinance, in this case the draft budget, need to be posed, and then we ask that you also submit them to our secretariat in writing to facilitate the preparation of the report. If outside of that you send questions in writing, then they will apply based on the regular procedures of asking a minister questions in writing, and then they will respond, but not necessarily during the handling of a national ordinance, but then the ministers are required to respond within a period of 3 weeks. And if they can, then they're asked to indicate that. So again, just for clarity, the questions regarding the handling of this budget need to be posed, and then we ask that you also send them to our secretariat in writing, and they will be included in the report of the Central Committee on the handling, and the answers too. The answers also will be given and provided in the report that comes from the government for the handling of the draft national ordinance. So yes, the Member of Parliament is asking if those questions should be asked now. Yes, they have to be, yes. So MP Lacruz, do you have questions that you would like to pose on the draft amended budget during the Central Committee meeting handling the budget? Is my question to you. If that is the case, then I suggest that you ask those questions now. Do they include the questions that you have asked before as well? MP Lacruz is my question to you. I'm getting to you, MP Irian. I see you indicating a need to speak. Yes, you're going to do that. And then MP Irian, your question was?
Chair, yes, thank you. Just to be clear also, even the questions that are not sent in writing are being taken up by the staff, I'm assuming, because some questions don't come to our head. You see from the top. So I just want to be clear that all questions will be answered. Yes, okay.
Yes, as the questions posed to the respective ministers should be answered. Yes, indeed. So, but again, we ask you for expediency's sake to send all the questions that you have posed in writing, and they will be taken up in the report of the Central Committee meeting on this topic. So, MP Lacruz, I want to then suggest that you pose your questions as you have them. MP Lacruz.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Question 1. With a total budget cut of approximately 4.6 million, how does the ministry plan to prioritize the various departments' activities and manage resources efficiently? Question 2. What long-term strategies are being developed to mitigate the effects of these budget reductions on public service delivery and departmental effectiveness? How will the ministry maintain staff morale and retention with cuts in salary allowances and training across multiple departments? How will reductions in training and development funds affect employee growth and succession planning? What measures are in place to address potential gaps in staff skills and capabilities due to the decreased training opportunities? What impact will reduced advertising budget have on the department's ability to communicate effectively with the public? Are these plans to seek alternative funding or methods for public outreach? What strategies are in place to manage the Secretariat's operational expenses with the reduction personnel costs? How will the Secretariat prioritize activities and expert consultations given the budget constraints? How will reductions in personnel and third-party services affect the service center's ability to deliver services to the public? Are there any plans to streamline operations to accommodate these budget constraints? Madam Chair Lady, if you realize, through you, Madam Chair Lady, the questions boil down to one single question that I asked the Minister of Finance, which was, please explain what caused the ministries to make specific cuts and what are the effects of those cuts. And why were those cuts chosen at that specific budget post? If I had gotten those questions, we would not have to go through all of these, which is somewhat tiresome. But I'll continue until I get a nod, hey, I understand your question. Will the reduction in personnel costs and personnel expenses affect the ministry's capacity to engage in diplomatic initiatives? What measures are in place to ensure that foreign relations priorities are not compromised due to these reductions? How will the reductions impact the department's ability to attract and retain legal professionals? What alternative training opportunities are being explored given the decrease in training funds? What impact will the reductions in funds for training and equipment have on the fire department's operational readiness? How does the department plan to address potential shortage in essential goods and services for disaster response? How will these cuts affect the staff bureau's ability to retain qualified staff and maintain morale? Given the large cut in training funds, what plans are in place to ensure continued staff development? What will be the impact of the decreased funding for government agencies on the plenipotentiary ministry's activities? How does the ministry intend to maintain effective relations with other entities given these cuts? How will the reduction in the budget for other goods and services impact the minister's ability to manage unforeseen operational expenses? And last but not least, are there plans to relocate funds from other areas to cover potential shortfalls in essential services? Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz, for those questions. The next MP up is MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And once again, good afternoon to the Prime Minister and his support staff. Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, with the airport project slated to be completed this year, my question would be pertaining to the reflows. Are they supposed to, slated to, with immediate effect, restart the reflows to the government? And if so, if not, do they have a grace period? And if there's a grace period, until when is this grace period? and I would like to know what the government's plans are concerning the reflows of the airport. Next, the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, also indicated that the cost of the rental for the new generator will not be passed on to the consumer. My question would be, can the government provide an overview of the fuel clause rate from 2021 to present? And can that overview also include factors with reasons for the increase other than the fuel costs? The Minister understands that one too, Madam Chair? So, can that overview please include the factors for the reason of the increases which excludes the cost of the fuel? Yes? And about the fuel clause, because the fuel clause, the calculation of fuel clause still fascinates me. I know that the Prime Minister, through you, Madam Chair, held an extensive explanation of that a while back, but I have a specific question. What is the current percentage of the cost not related to the cost of fuel and the throughput fees that are in the makeup of the fuel clause? Again, so what is the current percentage for the costs not related to the cost of fuel and the throughput fees in the makeup of the fuel clause? And please specify exactly what these costs are, if any. Then I have a question pertaining to GB. Is the electricity concession ordinance of 2014 with GB still valid? Yes or no, please? And in closing, there's a lot of questions concerning the loan for the new generators. I don't know if the information that is lacking from our end that we would like to see, if that is being withheld for loan purposes or negotiation purposes or whatever you have you. What I would like to suggest, if that's the case, if we can have a closed door meeting to where even those documents or whatever are seen as classified documents, and we could have an open dialogue concerning everything where the loan is concerned to avoid any misunderstandings for when voting, the time for voting comes around. So those would be my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. I don't see any other member of parliament who wishes to address the Prime Minister. I look at the Prime Minister. I'll just adjourn for maybe 2 minutes in order to caucus with the Prime Minister in terms of the answers to be provided to members of parliament. This meeting is adjourned for 3 minutes. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I now resume this meeting. The second minister appearing here in Parliament to respond to questions posed by members of Parliament on the matter of the draft amended budget 2024 was the Prime Minister, Minister of General Affairs, and the minister has received questions here today and will return not today, but probably on Tuesday, God's willing. So when we open back up the week after the holiday of Monday. So with this, I want to thank the Prime Minister and his support staff for your presence and your responses here today. And I now will adjourn for the reason of allowing the Prime Minister to take leave, and the next minister to join us with their answers will be the Minister of VSA. And I therefore will adjourn briefly so that we can have that change in minister. Meeting adjourned. Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. That brief adjournment was just to allow the Prime Minister to depart and the next minister up to come into Parliament and respond to the questions on the draft amended budget 2024 as posed by members of Parliament in this Central Committee meeting of Parliament. Next with us, who I welcome along with her support staff, is the Minister of VSA Public Health, Social Development and Labour, Mrs. Janssen, and as I mentioned, her support staff here this afternoon. Welcome, Minister, to all of you, and I invite you to proceed with the answers to the questions by members of Parliament that regard your ministry. Minister, you have the floor.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Chair Lady, members of Parliament, Griffier and the listening audience, here and online. As per the Council of Ministers' decision, the Ministry of VSA was instructed to reduce its budget by 4 million guilders. The 2024 budget was reviewed to determine where and how much could be cut. While the ministry recognizes the budget cuts will inevitably impact the operations of the ministry, we try to limit the direct impact on ongoing projects. In answer to the questions of MP Otley, question number 1, regarding the ambulance legislation to further regulate night hours, why are there cuts and is it no longer seen as a priority? Dark hours need a legal basis and will be regulated in the legal status of the ambulance department. The Minister of VSA, Secretary General, and head of the ambulance department recently held a meeting to discuss regulating the dark hours amongst other issues faced by the ambulance department. The interest shown in getting this matter regulated emphasizes that the Minister considers this department a very important department. The budget post for legal and technical assistance has 50,000 guilders, which can still be used for the revision and updating of outdated draft legislation, including the drafting of the Rex Posisi legal status for the ambulance department. Regarding budget post 42, question number 2, regarding budget post 423489, CDFHA, Community Development, Family and Humanitarian Affairs, there are significant cuts. 300,000 guilders was cut from the CDFHA budget. This reduction was possible due to the discontinuation of the tea shelter, which, according to its contract, was downsized as per October. And more affordable housing was allotted to the small group of persons remaining in the shelter. Question number 3, regarding the job fair. According to MP Otley, it is no longer budgeted for. Something deemed a success no longer continues. The very successful job fair was carried out just last week based on its 2024 budget. A further budget has already been earmarked for projects of the NESC in 2025. Question number 4, how many cabinet staff are in each cabinet? Ministry of VSA has 7 cabinet members, of which 4 were civil servants. How many consultants does the cabinet have and how much is budgeted for them? 655,000 was originally budgeted. 353,803 guilders was cut from the initial 2024 budget. This was possible due to 3 consultant contracts coming to an end. The current remaining budget of 301,197 guilders can be used by 4 remaining consultants. At the time, I must say that at the time of answering these questions, we didn't get the elucidation that was given just now by the MP for the actual individual contracts. I can, however, mention that during my tenure, there were 2 consultants, very small amounts that were added, and only on a pay per project basis. Question number 6, what is the update regarding the community legal help desk? This question was also asked by MP York. This initiative, which is a collaborative effort, aims to provide crucial legal support to the community. The legal help desk will operate within the framework of the existing community help desk, with the Hope Estate location identified as the pilot site. While the structural framework for the legal help desk has been drafted, we are currently awaiting the participation of external stakeholders, namely lawyers and legal professionals. Their involvement is vital to the success of this project, as the help desk will rely on their expertise to offer the necessary legal assistance to those in need. At this stage, we are still awaiting a finalized list of participating lawyers and legal minds who will sign agreements with government to formalize their involvement. Without the active participation of these legal experts, the project cannot fully move forward, as their contribution is the foundation upon which this pilot program is built. We are optimistic about the program's potential to provide much-needed legal assistance to the community and look forward to the full implementation of the project once the legal professionals are confirmed. Question 7, what is the update regarding the HAP? Are there discussions being held? The HAP was audited by SZV. After this audit, SZV issued a letter to the HAP indicating that the contract would not be renewed after June 15, 2024. This decision was taken because of financial irregularities identified in the audit. Having realized the importance of having a HAP, a meeting was held with SZV, the minister, and the HAP operator in June 2024 to indicate necessary improvements and to give the HAP operator time to improve. An extension to the contract was then given. An evaluation was also started. As of now, there are active discussions taking place among key stakeholders to review the audit and evaluation of the operations of the HAP. These discussions aim to address the areas of concern identified in the recent audit and evaluation of the entire HAP operations. Question 8, the audit was only over 6 months. Everyone benefits. Why leave the decision to the next minister? First off, leaving decisions to the next minister is definitely not an option during my tenure. The Social and Health Insurances, SZV, recently conducted an audit that identified discrepancies related to billing practices through April 24, which could have significant financial repercussions. The government, using the audit report, conducted a thorough assessment through professionals in the healthcare sector. The findings from this assessment reaffirmed that the HAP is necessary and beneficial for improving emergency services within the healthcare system. However, it was also determined that the services provided under the HAP need to be delivered as initially intended. The way the HAP has been functioning so far could potentially result in considerable financial consequences for SZV and by extension for the country. As such, adjustments will be made to ensure that the project operates in a sustainable manner, safeguarding the interests of all parties involved. Last Tuesday, a tripartite meeting was scheduled with the Council of Ministers to discuss, among other topics, the HAP. This meeting was postponed due to ongoing Parliament meetings and was rescheduled for next week. This fact underscores the ministers, so my commitment to continue to solve all issues confronted in a sustainable manner in the best interests of the community. Question number 1 from MP Brugh. Do any of the cuts affect the seniors or other vulnerable groups? The cuts of the 2024 budget do not affect the budgeted amounts which can be used to assist the elderly and the vulnerable groups. I answered MP York's question, which was regarding the help desk. Then question 1 from MP Westcott. MP Westcott wanted an overview of the financial position of SZV. what I have is the 2024 projected revenues at 291,557,337. These numbers I will submit after. So revenues, 291,557,337. Expenses, 303,810,132. So a net loss of 21,378,335. Looking at the financial statements from 2023, the financial overview, it states that the combined total assets, 411.3 million, liabilities, 91.1 million, equity, 320.2 million. Current ratio, 1.75. Other question from MP Westcott. What projects or services would be affected by each of the cuts? Listing of changes not including personnel. Under the minister's budget, the rest and under the disconnect advice, 353,803 as mentioned above. That was primarily based on contracts that were ending, so not much effect there. The staff bureau, there was a rollout of the social registry that is impacted.
Minister?
Yes.
You said you're continuing with my answers. Was that last one?
This one, to tell you the honest truth, Chair Lady, this one, there was no name above it, but it fell under yours. So
It might have come from another, not it might, it came probably from another member, but that's no problem.
Okay.
You're providing the answer.
yes,
No
I will
problem.
provide the answer for that question, which was what projects or services would be affected by each of the cuts? That's MP La Cruz, then? MP Brug. Okay, my apologies. MP Brug. The listing, so I'll start over. The listing of changes, not including personnel. So in the minister's budget, the Rex and under the disconnect advice, the 353,803 that was mentioned above already, doesn't really have much impact because it was contracts from the former minister that were ending already and that we don't need to continue with. Then the staff bureau, the rollout of the social registry is impacted where there were delays because of the budget cuts. And in the Department of Labor, Rex and under the disconnect advice, there was impact. It impacts the database to link business, community, and students. And in the social insurances and medical costs, financial aid, impact is minimum based on the average monthly expenses so far. It is estimated that we will still have funds surplus. What we do is, at the end of the quarter, we look at how much was budgeted and how much was spent already. So we've been doing that, and it is estimated that we will still have funds in surplus. And in the OZR Mental Health Foundation, that is what was added. The 1.3 million guilders was added there because of the importance of securing mental health care for our people. And in the ambulance, Rex and under the disconnect advice, the process there can be started. So it's not really an impact either. In the collective preventive services, CPS, project and activities was cut, and then some funds were taken related to mitigation of a possible COVID outbreak recurrence or port health project. So there is still some funds, and when we look at how much funds it's there, it is relative to the amount of months that are left and how much it would have been per month budgeted before. So we estimate that there will be enough funds there. And then community development, family and humanitarian affairs, project and activities, no direct impact as the funds are linked to downsizing of the T shelter. Those are my answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for those answers provided. I see MP Duran is requesting the floor. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Lady. I have 2 points of clarification on the same subject matter related to the aftercare center, the HAP. Am I to understand that the discussion is ongoing to continue with it or to look for a different alternative? The reason why I ask that, Madam Chair, is because I believe that this service is quite essential, having used it in the past several times. So I would like to really know what the thinking is of the government with respect to that. And I know that one of the main concerns were the financials and how things were going, which I understand wholeheartedly. We have to, do our proper due diligence once dealing with public funds, semi-public funds, depends who you're asking. But I do believe that this same energy should be exercised across the board, because with respect to medical referrals, we're not hearing anything about that. Whereas in certain instances, when you go to, let's just give an example, the Dominican Republic, for one service, they're sending you to do so much different tests for different things. You end up, some of our people there for months, handling things that they didn't even go there for. And there's a lot of waste happening there as well. Rather not use a particular word that I want to use, but there's a lot of questionable things taking place with that. So I believe that if we're gonna have energy for one thing, which is local and actually helping, because I've personally received help from this service, I think we should exercise that energy across the board. So I would just like some clarity with that is concerned before we move forward and I go into the next question. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP Gums, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will use the word, I think that MP Duran didn't want to use, and that's fraud, because what it sounds like was happening at the HAP, and also as has been a concern with medical referrals abroad, is fraud, which I don't have to remind anyone is a crime. So I just want to know, aside from trying to iron out the financial issues, is there going to be some other type of action taken to hold whoever accountable for fraud? Because again, it is a fiscal crime. Whether it happens here, or it happens in Santo Domingo or Panama or wherever, at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. So if there could just be some clarity, because I hear the creative wording and I understand it, it's always irregularities, etc. But what it ultimately boils down to is that it's fraudulent behavior with semi-public or public funding, and either way, it is a crime. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Gums. And now I give the floor to MP York. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Minister and her support staff. Minister, thank you for your answer concerning the legal help desk. If I understood correctly, you made mention that you were waiting on the lawyers to get back to you. The only thing that I'm still confused on is the exact date. Granted, the lawyer does get back to you, the lawyers do get back to you. What is the exact date, tentative date for the start of the legal help desk? Why I'm asking this, because prior to any opening or start of anything, there's supposed to be the necessary promotion needed, and I haven't seen any promotion as yet. So I don't know if that's in the pipeline or you already have a date for that, through you, Madam Chair. But I haven't seen anything to date, so I would like some more clarity where that is concerned. Some colleagues made mention today concerning SZV, and I heard in your answers were also some things concerning SZV. One of the main costs that plagues SZV are the enormous medical costs when it comes to patients that are sent abroad. And the care that, even though the care over there is cheaper than and some other places in the region, it's still expensive cumulatively when you add it all up. My question is, being someone that often has been a chaperone in those scenarios with a patient, what are the check and balances moving forward that the government plans to initiate concerning handling of patients abroad? Because right now, the SZV has an intermediary in places like Colombia, etc. that handles the communication between the hospital and St. Martin, basically SZV. So that third party is the judge, jury, and executioner for all patients and chaperones abroad. Oftentimes, the SZV doesn't have the necessary communication with the patient. Everything is trusted to this third party or these third parties. And from experience, a lot of times patients go abroad for one thing and they end up operating on something totally different. I even know stories of if somebody go to operate the foot, they end up on the operation table and they're touching the shoulder. And this is something that plagues a lot of patients, patients that have experienced this, because a lot of times when they do open them out when they're over there, they're seen as troublesome and troublemakers. While they're over there, the cost keeps incurring, the costs keep going up, and unless the third party is being truthful, because there's no one to check the third party over there, there's no representative of a man to double check what is going on, they can say whatever they want to SZV, and a patient that is supposed to be over there 2 weeks end up staying 2 months, 3 months. And the costs keep going up and up, higher and higher. So my question is, moving forward, does SZV or does the government have any plans, through you, Madam Chair, to implement anything to mitigate these things from happening, which would also raise the quality of the service, or basically the customer experience as well, and the customer being the patient's experience? Does the Minister have any plans for this moving forward for the ministry? Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, blessed day to those that may be now tuning in, to the Honorable Minister of VSR, her support staff. I move to, just to start with the HAP, it is important that we, one, find out what is going wrong, agree financially. Two, how can we remedy the situation? And three, one thing we cannot deny is the real persons that sought attention. Maybe some of us won't want to speak for political reasons, but in private discussions, everyone, 90% of us in here has benefited from the HAP at some point. So it's real patients, real situations. We speak of an audit report. The HAP was a pilot project, and the report was a 6-month project that stated various findings, such as 1, asking not to prescribe medication, 2, not to give certain injections or medications to ease the pain. But it's kind of redundant when you come to the HAP due to non-urgent care, but still a semi-emergency. You have pain or whatever it may be, is expected to just see the person and say, okay, go home. Unfortunately, and these is things that we need to look at, while prescriptions was given, if we look at Curacao, there have actually been patients that has died because lack of attention. Persons came, the doctors was only limited to seeing them and send them back home without any type of ease or treatment. And while we understand that everything comes with a cost, but I think we need to structurally sit together and see how it can be done. And I'm happy to hear that the minister is willing to have that conversation and sit in a third party with SZV and the HAP and find a solution, because it is definitely needed. Within 24 hours, there were already complaints. And as you hear, my good colleague, MP Duran, spoke of his issues as well. The night hours, I'm glad that this is still being taken up, but I asked, is it a priority of the ministry? Sitting in the minister's seat, I often realize that speaking with the head of the ambulance, and then when you speak to the staff itself, sometimes urgencies can be relayed very late. So I would urge you, Minister Vyasa, through you, Madam Chair, to pay attention, be on it, and ensure that this is done, because this was a major priority as well. I would like to know an update on the breakfast program. Is it budgeted for? I know that it was also budgeted in 2024. It was the intention to do 3 schools and then do the rest. Why hasn't it started? Is it the intention to continue? And if so, why? And if not, why not? I also would like to know about the health information system, the update on this. This is very, very important. This was also on the priority list. This can help link, especially with the doctors flying out, flying in, the change of doctors. It is very important that we have this information system. I would also like an update. I haven't heard an update in a while on the St. Martin General Hospital. When we speak about the cost of care, and I hear my colleagues mention about referrals, it is very important that this hospital stay on track. As we know, it's a lot of difficulties, but it seems to be moving. But cost-wise, is there any additional costs? I know that there was inflation, but can you at least notify the members of parliament the cost at the start of the project, the cost now? I would also like to know by the Minister of VSI, I saw, through you, Madam Chair, I saw the article whereby about 300 work permits will be granted. And while I know work permits are evident, are you satisfied with the amount of locals working on the project? I say this because I can say it publicly here. Finzo knew that I was not satisfied with that, and the intention was then to have job fairs per profession, steel bender, helper, per profession, and then the permits will be granted. And they would also be granted for national interest, expedited, once they met local requirements. So I see that in the article. So are you satisfied with the amount of locals there? And is there a plan to do another job fair? Also, yes, the update on the General Hospital is important because we also know SZV is the biggest investor. Also, what are your plans to ensure recoup funds for SZV? Also, through you, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Minister of VSI, your thoughts on the SAHA. I know that you came to Parliament, you presented, and you basically said that you are in agreement. I would like to know, does it stand? Do you agree with the SAHA as is? The Honorable Prime Minister said he has some discussions to have with you, but please note those discussions will halt the process further. So we look forward to seeing it in Parliament very soon. What is the update with the Dutch Caribbean Hospital Alliance? I ask this because this was put together for us to save with biddings and other different various means, and also for St. Martin to ensure their own, I guess, speciality. So the agreement would be Curacao and the best Bonaire and St. Martin. An example, if St. Martin specializes in brain surgeries, then we do medical tourism where persons from these countries will be transferred to St. Martin for that specific reason. So I'd like to know the update on that, as in the future it can definitely help us, and it was an important factor. The effects of budget cuts on personnel. I'm happy to hear that the community development was not affected, but I would urge you, while you save money from the tea shelter, do not just, I would say, be afraid or be slow to increase the budget of community development. Very important factor. Also, this was something, it's also important as Minister of Labor, the possibility of 4-day work weeks. What is your thoughts on that? What is the ministry's thoughts on 4-day work week? I would say it right here. I am a proponent of it and definitely will be looking into it, but I would like to know your thoughts as Minister of Labor. While we wait on the St. Martin General Hospital, we have made, during my tenure, numerous improvements to SMMC. The operational room, the additional staffing, the training programs. I haven't heard much from SMMC itself. What progress has SMMC made so far while waiting on the General Hospital to better their services to the public of St. Martin? Also, is there an update with the CFO position at SMMC? I know we speak of the job fair, and the minister, honorable minister, through you, Madam Chair, stated that the job fair, NESC has budget for 2025. I want to know specifically, is in this budget from the NESC job fairs allocated? NESC having budget is different from job fairs. Also, when we speak on the help desk, I'm happy to hear that the minister is a proponent of the legal help desk, but I noticed that she stated, through you, Madam Chair, the honorable minister stated, they are waiting on the lawyers. So was there a call or something sent out to the lawyer association? Because then from my point of view, from what I'm listening to, the holdup is the fact that we are not able to get lawyers on board. And if so, is it a pricing issue? What is the issue that we are not able to get these lawyers on board? Because it is a good thing, and I'm happy to hear that you are pushing it. Can we have the latest update on the health survey? The health survey that was done is very important. Now you may think, what does this have to do with budget? A lot, because how healthy is St. Martin determines our medical costs. Also, are you aware that the CEO position for SZV is soon vacant? Have you started to prepare for that? As Minister of Health, you are in a hard place as you are in government, but you are also responsible for SZV. And I know SZV is owed millions by the government and also owed for maintenance of the building. This was an issue as well when we were there in trying to find ways for SZV to stay afloat and ensure that government carries out its due diligence and its duties towards SZV. Is there talks of an increase in the monthly OZR payment? I know that we made an agreement. It may not be in this amended budget, but is there talks? Because it's important to know the solvability and future of SZV. I would also like to know the ministry's top 10 priorities in order of time and realistic approach at this moment. So something that you may want to do through you, Madam Chair, Honorable Minister, that is passionate to you or the ministry, but because of the time constraint, you have changed your order. I would like to know the vision of the ministry. What is the minister's plans to enhance community engagement? Very important. Also, I noticed CPS has been gone dormant, placed on a back burner, or not given that much exposure. Again, during COVID, the entire country depended on CPS. And it was an important factor to realize that CPS is more than just COVID. They are the information system to our community for any communicable diseases and health risk factors. I heard that in this amendment, the CPS budget was cut for projects and developments, and I would echo the sentiment that I echoed to the other ministers before. Please do not just view the 2024 budget as 2 more months, as we would have to use this budget until the 2025 is passed. So please be cognizant of that. My next question was about the T-shelter, but you answered that, so that'll be all the questions I have for now, Madam Chair, to the Honorable Minister of VSA.
Thank you, MP Otley. MP La Cruz, you are up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, and a blessed afternoon to one and all. Minister and your support staff, welcome. Madam Chair Lady, first I'd like to make 2 comments, and then I'll go over to a couple questions that I have. The first was, while we're busy looking into fraud, like mentioned by MP Gums, and why the clinic was stripped from the opportunity to be able to be open at night and taking emergency patients, I want to reiterate that it is important that our people are still being taken care of. It is impossible, and in less than 24 hours after this happened, my wife sat at the emergency room for over 5 hours with my son to receive stitches. And if the clinic in Simpson Bay was open then, that would not have taken place. So again, it is not about my son, but it's about all our kids and our families while they're ill. So please, Minister, if you could, through you, Madam Chair Lady, help them come to another solution, help them find a problem, and if they're not doing it well, give it to someone else to do, but it is extremely important that it gets done. Then, Madam Chair Lady, I echo the sentiments from MP York when it comes to sending our people away. I know that in the time, in the tenure of my colleague MP Otley, it was made possible that doctors from away would be able to come here and serve our people. So do we have, how many requests of doctors are pending? Do we have a list of how much doctors are waiting to be able to come to St. Martin and treat our patients here? How much has it saved SZV bringing the doctors here instead of sending our patients away? Then the homeless shelter that was temporary in Soccer Garden, the Dr. J facility. How far are we with relocating or helping those senior citizens, especially I know that there's one in there that is an amputee, that is homeless? Have we found a solution for him as he is in dire need of it? Then, Madam Chair Lady, how does the ministry plan to manage the reduced legal and expert advice budget, especially for departments heavily reliant on these services? Will the reduced subsidies impact social programs or community support initiatives? Given the reductions in the social benefits and emergency provisions, what measures are in place to ensure vulnerable populations continue to receive adequate support? Are there alternative funding sources or partnerships being considered to address these cuts, particularly the department like Public Health and Social Development? Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair, Minister, I forgot to ask one question in particular, something that's a public secret that plagues, I think, every single ministry, in particular, Ministry of VSA. What are the plans, or are there any plans concerning the function book of the ministry? Because there are a lot of employees functioning outside of their position. That has a lot of implications when it comes to salary or expectations, or being able to be properly evaluated. So what are the plans when it comes to updating of the function book of the ministry? Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and to my colleagues in Parliament, to the Honorable Minister of VSA and her support staff, to those of you listening on radio or via social media, and to those of you in the Tribune, good afternoon. Just have a couple questions for the Minister of VSA. I won't be long. First question, I would like to know, because based on some of the questions that we are getting, I want to know how long you've been the Minister of VSA. Just for, I need some guidelines, some parameters. Secondly, can you explain on page 98 of the budget, can you explain the drastic drop-off of the, it's showing 1.12 to 4.750 guilders to a reduction of 412. Which projects were these and when did they end? And did they yield positive results? It's on page 96. The Dienstarbeitszaken, hiring of employees for departments of licenses through the outsourcing agency. Which outsourcing agency is this? Why 115,000 K for this process while we have unemployment on the island? Couldn't this be placed in a newspaper, and wouldn't that have been cheaper for the department? Then also on page 91, there is and forgive me, I don't have my reading glasses, so on page 91, there is 125,000 allocated. Who is this medical advisor? Is it one or more that you're talking about? What is his advice and his findings to St. Martin's situation? Do you have reports of his, her, or their findings? And if so, have you taken any measures to according to those advices that you have received? And are these funds being accounted for? And not only that, Madam Chair, through you, one of the things that I have noticed in my line of work as the local mortician is that, and I would like to ask the minister, I'm aware that the government contracts certain medical practitioners to be the doctor on call to do the overledingsachters. I do not know if that's still the case. I know that was the case in the past, and I know that those doctors would be paid through the government, because I've now, in my capacity as a member of parliament, what has happened is families are complaining that when they go for the overledingsachter, that they're being charged by the practitioner for this. So I want to know if that funding for those doctors have been discontinued, or is it something now that when the family go for the overledingsachter that they pay the doctor directly and they pay for the service? Because I feel that is unfair for the government to be paying on one end and then subsequently the family have to pay for the achters as well. Those are my questions for now. On the BIG-registratie. I know in there that whole registration allows primarily for recruitment for medical practitioners out of the Netherlands. Are there any considerations that recruitment for medical practitioners that can come from within the region to St. Martin? Those are my questions to you, Honorable Minister of VSA. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had one more point noted down, but I missed it, so I want to just put it in now so that it can be added to the questions that were posed. A couple of weeks ago, there was a situation where a young lady came to me having an issue on the job. And for me, based on my knowledge and experience, I considered it a legal situation. So I reached out to a local lawyer, my lawyer, and basically guided her. But I want to know through you, Madam Chair, from the minister, are these situations that a legal help desk can be used in the sense of persons not being able to afford, but they have to then prove their income and those things? How does that work? And I know that several of my colleagues asked about it in the sense of when it will be open. I know it was scheduled to open last month, and it was said here on the floor that it was We are waiting on the legal minds in order to apply. I would like to suggest, because I haven't seen it promoted anywhere, to be quite honest, if it can be maybe either put on government's Facebook page, government's website, so that the legal minds can then start, because I think that this is a great initiative, I must say. And I think that once our people are able to have resources like this, they can better defend themselves, because basically you're seen as a small fish in a big pond when you have certain legal issues to deal with on different job sites. So I would like to get some clarity on that point, Madam Chair, through you from the Honorable Minister, so that we can really get this, this thing up and going, so that our people can have that extra service, or even the somewhere to turn to when they have find themselves with their back against the wall. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Doran. We have MP Otley with an additional question or query. MP Otley?
Yes, Madam Chair. Before I forget, I submitted, it was a draft law, but I also submitted a draft LBHAM to the minister pertaining to, in order to facilitate with the work permits once the local resources has been maximized or sorted. The LBHAM was based on a presentation with the NESC at the time, and ways and means that they find that we can facilitate the country better, these businesses. I would like to know, did the minister receive this LBHAM, and is it the intention of the minister to follow through with this LBHAM?
Thank you, MP Otley. Minister, I would just, in addition to the questions posed by my colleagues, you gave an answer with respect to the SZV and also indicated that this will be provided to Parliament, so the numbers that you gave with respect to SZV, and if those include a breakdown. You know, you mentioned some ballpark figures, but I don't know. I look forward to receiving the overview with respect to those, that financial information of SZV. And then, Minister, if you can, you indicated that the cuts would have an effect on the social registry. Now I know that is a program that was done in the context of the NRPB, so the trust fund. And I would just want to know what effect exactly is it that it will be delayed, or that, you know, what effect exactly will it have? Will this budget amendment and the cuts on your ministry have on that particular project? The Minister, I will adjourn and caucus with you about your answering of these questions posed by members of Parliament. So, members of Parliament, a 5 minutes adjournment at this time. This meeting is adjourned. Back, members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the Minister of VSA has indicated that she will return on Tuesday, God's willing, when some other ministers will also be returning to answer their questions or their additional questions. So at this time now, we take leave of the minister and her support staff, and we await the arrival of the next minister, who is the Minister of VROMI. Minister of VROMI, Mr. Gums, will be joining us shortly, a 2 minutes break as we take leave of the Minister of VSA. 2 minutes adjournment. Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our Central Committee meeting of Parliament. Today, Central Committee meeting handling the draft amended budget 2024. Several ministers have already appeared here in Parliament during this meeting to respond to questions posed by members of Parliament. And so we continue as I welcome the Minister of VROMI, Minister Gums, and his entourage here this afternoon. And I immediately give the Minister the floor as he will now respond to questions posed yesterday that regard his ministry. Minister Gums, welcome to you and those of your support staff here with you, and I immediately turn the floor over to you.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair Lady, members of Parliament, esteemed colleagues and all viewing and listening. As we gather today to discuss the proposed budget amendment, I would like to acknowledge the importance of careful deliberation in ensuring that the allocation of resources is in line with our collective vision for the country's growth and development. Our ministry has worked diligently to adjust its plans in response to both the evolving needs of our people and the financial constraints we face. This amendment reflects a balanced approach between maintaining essential services and pushing forward key infrastructure projects that are vital for improving our public spaces, road networks, and overall environmental management. We have had to make difficult decisions regarding the prioritization of various projects, but we remain committed to finding solutions that will benefit the nation in both the short and long term. There are questions regarding specific budgetary allocations, vacancies, and capital expenditure adjustments, particularly around infrastructure development and land management. These reflect important concerns about ensuring efficient spending and the timely delivery of key projects. Rest assured, our ministry is focused on maximizing the impact of every guilda allocated, and we are confident that the adjustments made will support our goals in areas such as road infrastructure, land allocation, and sustainable development. With that, Madam Chair, I will go directly into answering the questions of the honourable MPs. I'd like to first start with the questions from MP R12 MR Arian. What are the top 10 offenders for ERFPAC within domain affairs? How much has been collected from these top 10 since removal of the task force? And how much has been collected from the top 10? And how much years do they owe? And through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to also, in this same breath, answer one of the questions from the Honourable MP Durand regarding the same task force and why it was removed. So I invite, through you, Madam Chair, for the MP Durand to also consider this answer as well. The task force was deemed ineffective by the new administration when we came in. The task force consisted of the then acting head of domain affairs and 2 external lawyers. The composition of the task force at the time was questioned, therefore, by us. The Ministries of Finance and VROMI are well aware, or at least they are very much aware of the current administration system where we're using long lease land. At this time, there is no direct link between the receiver's office, which collects the long lease, and the Domain Affairs Department that handles the administration of long lease issuances. So, if Domain wants to find if a person or a company has outstanding long lease, the department needs to request this information from the receivers on a case-by-case basis. And of course, wait for the response from the receivers. In light of this, it becomes questionable what the actual role of this task force was. What we can say is that without the task force, we have established one of the biggest companies, in the island that have never paid long lease for water rights in a very long time. We have collected 1.2 million guilders from this outstanding company since the dissolution of the task force. During the time of the existence of the task force, we could not establish that any funding was actually collected, nor have we been able to receive any transition documents regarding the work of the task force. Yeah. Indeed. So we are actually still in discussion with them to collect. MP Arian's second question, which was an advice or an LB decree published for the giving out of land, as this was mentioned as an accomplishment? In the list of accomplishments, indeed, a significant portion of land was reissued in long lease. According to the MP, the Regswet Financiële Toezicht regulates that in some cases, and in one in particular, a landsbesluit needs to be made. However, the RFT does not say this. The MP, however, through you, Madam Chair, we believe may be confused between Articles 20 and 21 of the RFT. In those articles, it specifically mentions a besluit tot het aangaan van een financiële verplichting. A long lease issuance is not a financiële verplichting. In a long lease issuance, government spends no money, but only gains money. Also, nowhere in the RFT does it speak of any landsbesluit being necessary. So this does not fall under the RFT. Furthermore, Article 1 of the Long Lease Ordinance is clear. The Minister of VROMI is the only one authorized to issue government land in long lease. I turn now to the questions from the Honourable Member of Parliament, Darrell T.J. York. Mr. MP York, through you, Madam Chair. The question, Article July 10, 2024, mentions the road resurfacing project with a 6 to 8 centimeter thick asphalt. What is the thickness of the construction being done now on Point Blanche Road? The mentioned thickness of minimum 6 centimeters is indeed the case, which is an increase from the standard of 4 centimeters, which we requested when signing the agreement in July. That is the norm, and where necessary, it is adjusted upwards accordingly. The MP's second question regarding the drainage being tackled, what is being done concerning the Point Blanche Road? The road has drainage points at grade bay side of the road. During installation of the new road surface, the decision was taken to increase the road slope towards grade bay. Simply put, to tilt the road, in layman's terms, slightly more towards the grade bay side of the road. This will, of course, improve water runoff towards the drainage, and in addition, the slope and size of the current drainage outlets will be enhanced. The MP's third question regarding Prince Bernard Bridge. There was a tender of 500,000 guilders. What is the timeline for the exact construction elements of the bridge, and what are they doing, and who is doing it? There has been some delays with the supply of materials by the contractor, who is Omega Construction, but all materials are expected in 2 weeks in order for the project to be completed by February 2025. The MP also asked, through you, Madam Chair, Road Fund in 2024 budget amendment, what are the exact current ideas for revenue generation other than corporate social responsibilities? Should the road fund tax be done in a more phased manner? In the national ordinance regarding the road fund, in Article 2B of the law, it clearly states that the road tax must go towards the road fund. This is not a choice of my person, but it's actually the current law, and is regulated by national ordinance. So we're actually in violation of our own laws currently. The next question, stoplight. The old system was time-based. Are we replacing that with the same system, or are we going to an intensity-based system with less waiting time at night? Government is indeed going to a newer system that is compatible with different types of sensors and technology. Road surfacing project, are there any height surveys being done for the roads of choice to be resurfaced? In short, no height surveys have been done. Moving on to the Honourable MP Egbert J. Duran. Minister Duran had a question, housing project initiatives via the trust fund. What is the update of the housing project earmarked for Hope Estate? Through you, Madam Chair, I want to clarify again that the housing project via the trust fund has been off the table since April 2023. The project had 4 requirements for execution to access the $20 million US, none of which were achieved during the period 2021-2023. I am in discussions now to find a way to substantiate the funding coming back towards St. Martin, and at the ministerial level, they are actively working on the creation of a housing policy. The MP had a second question. Which roads are being prioritized for the main road repavement? Back in the days, agreements were made with government and the port concerning the causeway project at the port would pave Union Road. Have agreements shifted that for the port to pave the road in Point Blanche? Can I have some clarity on that? How will the port contribute to the infrastructure to the agreement made in 2013? Firstly, let me say that roads are being prioritized based on economic and social impact. And then, of course, indeed, we found out some discussions in 2013 that portions of the concession fee of the port would go towards infrastructure projects. This funded such projects as the improvement of Front Street and Back Street, as well as elements of the boardwalk. As it relates to Union Road, the government in this structure would have engaged in buying back areas along the road for expansion, and this never happened. All allocations of concession fees to infrastructural projects ended between 2015 and 2016. In preparing for the road servicing project, government-owned companies were approached. One declined, and another, we are still awaiting a response. Private stakeholders are also involved, and I thank them for recognizing their role as well. Has the planning changed for the side roads hard surfacing? And if so, can a calendar be provided? Indeed, there are some delays which have to do with elements. Let me begin again. Indeed, there are some delays which have to do with some elements not taken into consideration when the project was initially started earlier this year. Some of these include elements such as drainage. This, of course, will impact the budget of the project. However, we are endeavoring to ensure completion as soon as possible. There was a question from the Honourable MP asking for clarity to be put in the long lease land being allocated and making more money via hotels. And through you, Madam Chair, if I can ask the MP for clarification on what exactly the question was, because we are unable to understand it as is.
Minister Gums, if you allow me just one moment there, as I think MP Duran would like to. You wanted to answer, you said, the minister, or you want an answer? Or you ask him or you want to give him the clarification that he asked for. MP Duran, you may.
Thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. Through you to the Honourable Minister. Your colleague, Minister of Finance, mentioned that with respect to the Ministry of VROMI, that land was issued to a hotel and money was generated from that. So my question was, can clarity be given which hotel so that I can continue with my line of questioning based on that fact? Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran, for clarifying that. Minister, you got the answer.
Yes. Indeed, I think we also clarified this in some of the sidebar questions that were asked during the Tejano report hearing, and now I understood the question. This involves the reissuance, not the issuance, of land to the Maho area. Important to note that it's not necessarily new land, it's just a reissuance. The role that this minister had was the following. The land was actually reissued under the previous government, and we actually, not myself, because I was not the minister at the time, my replacement minister, my acting minister, Minister Veronica Janssen, she just deeded what the previous government had already reissued to resorts of the world. The minister had another question. 18 million for sewage network via NRPB. Please confirm if the 15 million per year put aside via the CapEx for 2024, 2025, and 2026 has been scrapped and replaced with the 18 million via NRPB. When looking at 2024 CapEx, you'll notice an amount of 45 million guilders, which is a total of the 27 million secured in 2023 and transferred towards NRPB, plus the 18 million, which the Netherlands Trust Fund agreed to contribute towards this project. Although the 18 million is a contribution and not a loan, the total amount, 45 million, still needs to be mentioned in the CapEx, since it's seen as a government asset. So to answer your question, the 18 million is from NRPB. The next question from the MP, what are the creative ways to generate revenue? So just in short, and I think a number of my colleagues have reiterated this point very strongly, is that this budget is an amendment for the last 10 weeks of the year, so no generation is mentioned in any of the amendments, and of course that will something we will address in the budget, which will be coming within short. Question 7 from the MP. Exactly, this goes back to the first question, through you, Madam Chair, that I answered and invited the MP to the question I posed a response to from MP Arian. Yep. Now we move to the questions of MP Ludmila N.L. De Weaver. It's very formal, these names. Okay. Okay. MP De Weaver had a question. The budgeted vacancies for VROMI are now 8 and changed from 1 for approval in March. Please explain how the budgeted cost for 8 vacancies is 28,000, while the cost for 1 is 44,000. Through you, Madam Chair, we went through the whole document that was provided to Parliament, so the list of documents that are submitted to the parliamentarians for review for the budget. We could not find these numbers that the MP mentioned. So through you, Madam Chair, can the MP provide us with which page she's specifically referring to concerning the 28,000, 4,000, and the amount of personnel, and we'll of course look into it. So in short, the reference information made by the MP is not something that we found in the list of documents submitted to the members of Parliament for the budget amendment. So that can be sort of more specifically indicated which page this is on, and we can also look into what exactly the reference is being made towards. BMP De Weaver had a second question. The budgeted personnel cost for VROMI is 112 in the amended, but was 108 in the previously approved budget. But the total budgeted personnel costs are 8.7 million in the amended versus 9.4 million in the previously approved budget. The decrease in cost and salary is due to the fact that in the initial approved 2024 budget, the vacancies were budgeted for nine months, keeping in mind that the whole hiring process could take up to 3 months. In the amended 2024 budget, the vacancies that remain vacant as per July 2024, including the 4 extra FTEs, were then budgeted for 2 months, also keeping in mind the 3 months hiring process. So the difference is explained by stashing 7 months of remaining budgeted vacancies, which is slashing, sorry, not stashing. Slashing 7 months of remaining budgeted vacancies, which resulted in decrease in salary costs, even though 4 other FTEs were added in the amended budget. We move now to the questions of the Honorable MP Omar E.C. Otley. Through you, Madam Chair, the MP asks, what was removed from the capital expenditures of VROMI? In the list of CapEx, I do not see the 75 million specifically. I see 31 million added to VROMI. In the detail, I do see the 75 million. I do notice that it was placed on a wish list. Phase 1 for the KB project has been taken out. This is a problem that has been going on for many years. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Honourable MP, firstly, please note that the monies secured for 2023 CapEx were shifted towards 2024 for execution, and subsequently, the amounts submitted for 2024 were moved towards 2025. So in actuality, no cuts were made. Anything removed from 2024 was moved towards 2025. The reason why the amounts were shifted from 2024 to 2025 is that we are already in the 4th quarter of 2024. Thus, it would not be feasible to lend these monies in this short time period. When comparing the original 2024 CapEx with the amounts with the amended 2024 CapEx, you would indeed see an increase of 31 million guilders. This is due to the shifting of the following in the following ways. The wastewater treatment plant phase 1 KB of 16.9 million towards 2025. The land purchase of 18.2 million towards 2025. 5 million of the main roads resurfacing program from 2024 to 2025. 4 million of the hard servicing project from 2024 to 2025. And finally, the purchasing of vehicles totaling 445,507 from 2024 towards 2025. On the other hand, the purchasing of the generators for GB of 75.6 million was included in the 2024 amended budget, which was seen as an emergency. We are looking into the possibilities, of course, to secure these monies, even though we are almost at the end of 2024 to the urgency of the matter. So in recap, the 31 million guilder increase could be explained by adding the 75.6 million for the GB generators and subtracting the amounts that were shifted from 2024 to 2025, totaling 44.5 million guilders. The MP also had a second question related to the 18.2 million that was taken off for CapEx, and through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the MP to consider the response I previously gave to the shifts made in the budget 2024-2025. Next question. How many cabinet staff do I have? My cabinet consists of 6 members. Through you, Madam Chair, the Honourable Member of Parliament Regional S.J. Bruch. For each ministry, what projects or services could be affected by each of these cuts? The Ministry of VROMI had to cut in total roughly 2.4 million. From that, approximately 700,000 were cuts in personnel costs and 1.7 in operational costs. Even though the personnel costs were reduced by 700,000, we were still able to secure 4 extra FTEs in this budget since we budgeted them for 2 months instead of 9. I'd like to point out that each FTE that is budgeted for 2 months this year is budgeted for 12 months in 2025. In addition, the ministry is severely understaffed, something that we recognize upon taking office, and I think that is also something that is critically felt throughout the whole of the government. So the $700,000 that could have been used to fill more vacancies in order for us to serve the people of St. Martin has to be adequately assessed and used properly. When looking at the 1.7 million cuts on operational side, roughly 1.4 million was cut from the Department of Infrastructure, so budget line 9210. Consequently, the services from this department will, of course, be affected by a drastic cut. But being that this is the department that has the biggest budget within the ministry, it was inevitable. As you can see, there were also some budget posts that saw significant decreases, while there were some budget posts that saw a significant increase, which resulted in a net decrease of 1.4 million. Important to note as well, we are currently in discussions with the Ministry of BZK to supplement capacity within our own ministry to address the critical vacancies that we have, but also to address the vacancies that don't actually exist within our function book currently, but are necessary towards bringing the ministry to where it needs to go in future. The Honourable MP Sarah A. Westcott Williams. Cleanliness of our island. Is it a lack of control and inspection? Does government have any plans to address this matter? There is a relevant garbage ordinance. Do the other ministers, like for example, VROMI and TEAT, concur that we lack the capacity of inspection and control? Can the Council of Ministers prepare a plan to deal with this matter? Madam Chair, we are making progress in the island's cleaning up efforts, such as clearing vehicle wrecks and even addressing the island scout ship on Great Bay Beach. However, we still face challenges with household waste management. The root cause of this issue lies not in control and inspection particularly, but in the widespread dumping of household waste in inappropriate locations. So indeed, I think one of the things that it requires is really an educational program and a mindset shift. Our focus should be on facilitating the community with effective policies, improved facilities, and infrastructure to support proper waste disposal. Madam Chair, your second question, zoning of the country. The idea of individual district zoning has been abandoned for general zoning. What are the plans for that? Indeed, a shift from a direct to general zoning is the current trajectory as we are facing capacity challenges. This has, of course, received some delay and, of course, will be filled and supported with the capacity request that I have submitted recently to BZK. Of course, important to note that the individual zoning plans are, of course, still being used when making and assessing developments on the island. And of course, these draft zoning plans are published on the website. The ministry foresees, of course, a pickup of zoning projects, again, in the near future, and I already have proposed that under my mandate, I wish to move from a zoning policy to a zoning ordinance. The MP's third question, fees for using public property for the placement of lottery booths. Is this being enforced? Madam Chair, for what we understand, most of the lottery booths are currently on either private property or on long lease property issued to a person or a company. That means that they would be subleasing from those owners. We would have to do an assessment as to whether or not some of these lottery booths are unoccupied government land, in which case, I agree, we should come to a rental agreement with VROMI. The fourth question, Ring Road and surrounding area being cleared up and measured. Question, reference to vendors in that area, offering and allowing small and micro businesses to exist, to be done in a nicely planned way in the area. What exactly are the plans there? What plan does the Chamber of Commerce and Industry have for that area? Is it being coordinated? What is being done and by whom? This needs to be answered by the relevant ministers. The Ring Road has indeed been used as an illegal dumping ground for quite some years. The ministry had first cleaned up the area and modified the traffic flow to counteract illegal dumping. We are happy to see these measures have been improved in this regard. We are, of course, noticing a number of, with the fact that there has not been regular trenching, we notice a lot of persons dumping along the areas of particularly the Ring Road, and with the signing of the trench contracts, a lot of those areas have now been cleaned up. With regards to the Chamber of Commerce's plans for the area, I have been in discussion with the Chamber, and they are in the final stages of completing their technical drawings for their building, which should include as well the idea of both their building, a commercial space, and a performing arts space. And I do have a meeting scheduled with them next week to discuss their way forward. It is also important to note that a number of the guidelines set by government, including necessary trenching and infrastructure works, are also being undertaken by the Chamber of Commerce. The MP's fifth question, where do we stand with the car wreck removal plan? We have maintained and are continuing with the car wreck removal program. I think it's very important that despite maybe the feelings or sentiments that we aren't collecting car wrecks, the ministry actually on average collects 2 cars a day, totaling about 73,000 guilders annually, if you do it per average, per car. What is very worrying to me, and it's outside the scope of this answering my questions, is that if we don't look at the educational component towards waste and dumping, we're going to have increased amounts of government funds towards these initiatives when they can actually go back into projects like health and education. So indeed, like I said earlier, it is an educational program that has to happen to have a mindset change. The Honorable MP, Viren V. Kutai, had the following question. There has been news about a beach bar around the Simpson Bay area, around the beachside. I understand it's not allowed to build on the beaches. Can the minister elaborate on what is happening there? The ministry also received various concerns from citizens and residents concerning the construction of a beach bar. We inquired the relevant departments and received the following information. The area you mentioned is indeed right on the beach. From the information we gathered, it seems as if A permit was issued for said beach bar on May 2nd, 2024. The parcels in question are long lease parcels, and according to the draft zoning in the area, the reissuance of the right of long lease on these parcels would not be allowed as it's close to the airport. After some additional research, we checked the conditions and original deed of the parcels, and it states that in principle, a dwelling house or one trailer is allowed. It does not state anything about a beach bar. The area is close to Character, which is also a beach bar, but this too has not been regulated properly. Furthermore, no actual change of purpose on the parcels of long lease land was done in connection to this new beach bar. But a building permit was issued. The permission, sorry, this is sticking. Let's go here, yeah. The permission to do a beach bar stems from a personal letter from the then minister to the applicant. Okay, yeah, sorry, there we go. Yeah. The permission to have the beach bar stems from a personal letter from the then minister to the applicant giving permission. It's also good to note that within the building plans, there is no proposed parking on the property, which is a concern internally by the inspection department at the time. And then the final question from the MP, what is the status of the stoplights? Are we planning to get them back up and in order? So I think part of this question has been answered in my original list of questions, but I will, of course, add a bit more background as to what actually has happened. The electrical cables for the traffic lights, through you, Madam Chair, were accidentally damaged during the repair work on the Prince Bernard Bridge. The solution design is currently under consideration. We plan for implementation as soon as possible. Important to note is that indeed these traffic lights have been out for as long as I've been minister. So it's quite a very long time. And what has happened is that every single stage we have discovered a new technical hiccup. First, what actually occurred, we first believed it was the GB outages of June 25th. Then we realized it was actually cut by the construction company. Then came a question around the legality of the funding to repair, which is now currently resolved. So despite my thoughts a couple of months ago, actually, that they would have been repaired relatively soon, the bureaucracy of government, unfortunately, means that we do have a bit of delay. And of course, I urge everyone to exercise caution when using that area. I think in the long term, I think I can safely say it here, as part of the road improvements planned, there is a road improvement plan for Long Wall Road and a more long-term plan for the introduction of a roundabout in that area, which will, of course, create a better situation for everybody concerned. And at this, Madam Chair, the end of my questions, I do believe, it's not listed here, but there was a question to all members, to all ministers regarding the number of consultants. I'm not sure who had asked the question, but I will just answer it. We currently have no consultants in the cabinet. And that's the end of my story. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister Gums, for those answers provided. I have some members of Parliament who wish to ask a question or make a comment with respect to the answers, and I give the floor to MP Ludmila De Wever. MP De Wever, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the minister and his team. Actually, no, it was, I've done it already. I've sent the information on to both the minister and his team, as well as Secretariat, as required. But thank you, that was it.
Thank you, MP De Wever. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
A blessed afternoon to one and all. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Blessed afternoon to the Minister and his support staff. Minister, I'd like to, through you, Madam Chair Lady, first I'd like to commend the Minister for being very open to receiving calls and complaints, because it is something that has plagued my neighborhood for a very long time. The garbage, the picking up of the garbage, the amount of drums that are there, and for the last 4 or 5 days, it's been extremely clean, in my area in St. Peter's, so I want to thank the minister for that. Madam Chair Lady, when good is done, I like to say it's done good. And when it's bad, I'm going to say it's done bad. So, further, Madam Chair Lady, through you, I'd like to ask the minister if he has any plans for parking in Phillipsburg, seeing that I know that this is monies and budget that we're talking about. The cleanup and maintenance of Phillipsburg in general. We drive around in the morning and it's horrible. And I know that we have laws. The question is, are these businesses being fined for putting garbages outside before or even after the drums have passed? Madam Chair Lady, through you, to the minister, are there any plans to reduce the continuously rising prices of homes on St. Martin? Madam Chair Lady, again through you, do we have any plans for the bricks on Front Street? It seems as a never-ending story. Every year we have the same problem and we say we do little patch jobs and fix, but I think that we should start moving in the direction of a whole different plan and save us that money. Madam Chair Lady, the minister mentioned the removal of car wrecks. Thank you for that also, Minister. And I'd like to remind the ministry that there's a few cars on the Canterbury Road in Cahill across Ace going up there. The road, you can't even pass on the road because of all the wrecks that are parked there. Another question, Madam Chair Lady, through you. Do we have any homes available in Belvedere or in any other locations? Then, Madam Chair Lady, my last question. I saw a letter from a gentleman that he received a bill for a building permit that he requested 7 years ago for a building permit that he no longer needs and wants. If maybe the minister could help me help him any way whatsoever on what we could do to deal with that, because I know there are a lot more out there, and those will now be as incomes in the budget, which will never reach because those people have no need for those building permits anymore. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. MP Kotai, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Minister of VROMI and his staff, and thank you for being here and answering those questions as well. I will also share the same sentiments as MP La Cruz in regards to parking and the restructuring of Phillipsburg as well. Furthermore than that, I'm not too focused on the intricate details about this beach bar, but I would like to understand at least if there's going to be a stop to this, because if individuals from that neighborhood are not only complaining to me, but if you are also aware of this, how do we intend to move forward with this, especially as you just mentioned, the no parking in the area as it was advised by the inspection. Furthermore than that, lastly, I got I would say an advice from the gentleman at the Fairway Supermarket. The Chesterfield Road is currently being paved, through you, Madam Chair. They asked, which made sense to me as well, if an extra speed bump would be able to be put right after you make the turn from Phillipsburg going into Point Blanche and Chesterfield area, due to many accidents happening around that corner. That's it for me. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister of VROMI once again.
Thank you, MP Kotai. MP Doran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady, for the opportunity. I would like to thank the Minister for the answers provided thus far. And I would also like to start by congratulating the new Secretary General that is sitting next to the Minister for taking up the new position. And I know that the challenge is great. However, I think that you can handle the task. Before I move on to after that, now I'd like to move on to the clarifications. Minister, you mentioned that a company paid 1.2 million in FPAC. I would like to know if you can say which company that was, because you mentioned that they didn't pay in a long time. Also, my colleague asked about the top 10 offenders. I didn't hear a response to that. I don't know if some clarity can be provided there as well. And with respect to the land that was issued, reissued, it's a matter of wordplay. Now you mentioned that it wasn't you, it was your predecessor, acting minister. How was the land reissued with respect to the DDAM arrest? And also I would like to know which notary allowed this in the absence of the policy, because I know that that has been a hold up for, I would go back to say almost 11 months, if I'm not mistaken. So I would like to know which notary issued this in the absence of a policy, or if the policy had been issued thus far, which I didn't see. And one of the reasons why I talk about the policy, Minister, because I've been back and forth here in Parliament with the same policy. It's sat by Yezet and Way for about 6 months. It's sat by the former Secretary General of General Affairs for about 8 months, where we were under the impression that it was being vetted by Legal Affairs, which it was not, so that caused a major delay. So I'd like to ask you, Minister, how far is the policy, if the policy was issued thus far, hence the reason why that land was able to be issued. And you know what I find quite interesting, Minister, because I mentioned this on various platforms, even in this House of Parliament, that same particular lot, now that you clarify which one you were referring to, had a major situation tied to it. As my colleague Gums mentioned earlier, something fraudulent took place in Cadastre, where someone lost their job. So my question is, how did this government take office without any proper research, anything, just issue something where a fraudulent case was tied to this, where someone lost their job? Basically, in a nutshell, because it's public knowledge, and I'll just expound on it a bit, these persons were using thousands of square meters outside of their parameters, claiming it. So I would like some clarity from you, Minister, on that point. Although, I mean, you could indirectly, I would say, throw the former acting minister under the bus by saying you didn't do it. It still falls under your purview because I can't ask her anymore. She's not in the seat. Through you, Madam Chair, with respect to the housing project being off the table since 2023, Madam Chair, you can tell that to maybe any one of the other colleagues in here except for me and MP Irian, because we were actually there in the room dealing with these negotiations. So I would like to put this whole matter to rest by requesting that the minister provide documentation stating that these matters were off the table so that we can get some clarity on that. Because one thing is for certain, up to the 11th hour of leaving office, we were pushing to get the whole management agreement with the Housing Foundation regulated in order to finalize, because that was a bottleneck. We signed a memorandum of understanding. We started the process with the reissuance of the land in Hope Estate, which we got back from the Upper Princess Quarter Foundation in order to be able to allocate such. No, actually I'm mistaken. The land in Hope Estate was for the multi-function shelter. The 6,000 square meters that is in the back of the regular housing foundation, housing project that is there, was allocated for the project. So I would like some clarification on that, please, Madam Chair. And if so, as well, all meeting minutes that correlate the story with the project being off the table since 2023. Because I think with that, then we'll be able to put this whole situation to rest and also work together as to coming to a solution to making sure that this comes to fruition, because we know that our public is in dire need of housing. Through you, Madam Chair, I heard the minister mention about priority roads that have economic impact, which is fine, and I agree to a certain extent, but I would like to know what are your sentiments on Arch Road, Arch Road and Madam Estate? Because I remember a couple of months ago, the minister was busy doing assessments for the last 3-4 months on the road project. And I think that the picture was taken right by close to old cable TV. So is it the intention of the ministry to handle this as a next road priority? Because it is in a deplorable situation right now. With respect to the building permit that the minister talked about being signed on May 2nd, I would like to know if the minister can provide this, whether in a confidential, open, however manner, once respecting the person's situation, to Parliament so that we can justify this. Because I know once a building permit is signed, it is then sent back down, stamped, and then the date of issuance could not also line up to the date of signing. But the way the minister is mentioning it in a personal letter from the minister back then, it's a bit scandalous. And I guess for political reasons, it's being done like that. But I would just like some clarity on that, because I realize that certain things are being measured a certain way, but when it comes to other things that are a bit contradictory or hypocritical, so to speak, they're not emphasized as much. So I would like some clarity on those things. And also, was a positive advice received from the permits department on this building permit project that is taking place that MP Kutai asked about, which we are here discussing at this point? What was the advice from the permits department, and how do you as minister assess building permits once received? Do you not trust advice from the permits department once everything is, all the checks and balances are there? I would like to know from you, how do you assess those, and how do you make a decision if a permit has a positive advice, yes or no? For now, Madam Chair, I'll leave it to that, and I look forward to clarifications from the minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP Otley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to the Honorable Minister of VROMI, your support staff. I laugh because it seems like no one in this government has consultants. So I would say then this, Madam Chair, I would like to know the names of everyone in your cabinet, the names of any labor contract, and also if you do not have any third party, then we can then cut that from the budget and put it towards somewhere else. I would also then say the CAPEX. The Minister of Finance was here. The Minister of Finance, through you, Madam Chair, stated that not because CAPEX is listed in the budget means that we will get it or is guaranteed. And that is what worries me, Honorable Minister of VROMI, with us moving to CAPEX 2025, because it was clearly stated, and I would always take, when it comes to finance-related matters, take the word of the Minister of Finance until proven wrong, that it is not guaranteed because it's in the budget. And when I see the KB Phase 1 project moved, it kind of bothers me, because for years and years, this has been the cry of the people of KB. And finally, and I was happy to see that we can start to make something happen. And I understand why, but it's like the people of KB have everything bad, because they have to deal with the jibby, the noise, the fires, the oil, the chemicals, the sewage waters. And now, finally, Phase 1 was ready, and it's being delayed. But I hope, nonetheless, Honorable Minister of VROMI, that we can get it done in 2025. That's a hope. I really, through you, Madam Chair. I also move to the land purchase, because I hear the Honorable Minister of VROMI, through you, state the housing project is off the table. And I was kind of hoping for a but and an and in my plan and our plan further, but I didn't get that. 18.2 million allocated for land purchasing, and in the details it says housing, different aspects, cemetery, all of those things were allocated for its move to 2025. Granted, I do know we're in a crisis situation, and I do understand that certain moves were made to fit this 75.6 million. But it just worries me, and I don't want the government or the people of St. Martin to basically be left with a false hope of next year and next year and next year and next year. I commend the taxi drivers for the cleaning and the movement that they have started. I would like to know your opinion, Minister of VROMI. Is this an indication that, you know, cleaning should be enhanced? Is this an indication that maybe different areas or aspects in the cleaning project need to be looked into? Because while I commend the taxi drivers, it should not be their job, but again, I commend them. I hear my colleague ask about the paid parking, but that'll be later down. I'll wait to see if that comes in the 2025 budget. But I'm going to say here, I hope that there's plans for paid parking, renovation of Front Street, because when you drive there, you get seasick, you know. So we need a real plan for Front Street. And Minister, I often said it, look into private-public partnership. I don't know the policies and the regulations but I'm pretty sure if you go to Front Street, you can get about 5, 10, X thousand, X amount from each vendor, store that will be willing to contribute to help alleviate government's budget. So, yeah, seconded by MP Katai. So, and I also would say you are considered a minister of VROMI, that I have heard when I say good things, that you do answer your phone. I hope that stays the same, But I don't want you to get lost and become the scapegoat when you have work to do. You have, through you, Madam Chair, you have extreme work to do. The country is depending on VROMI. I would also like to know what's your role within GEBE. I hear, when I listen to press briefings, I hear you speak. What is your role within GEBE? And yeah, are you involved in any consultations, any contracts, and anything as it pertains to government, not personal? Your role as the Minister of VROMI, through you, Madam Chair. And that's all that I have for the Honorable Minister of VROMI.
Thank you, MP Otley. The next Member of Parliament to speak is MP Iran. MP Iran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Honorable Minister and his support staff. Madam Chair, Minister, my first question to you is, when we as the public, as members of Parliament, when we watch the press briefing, should we be able to trust the words that are coming out of the mouths of the ministers? I just want to confirm that. Second, and that's a question. Second, in that press briefing, I was very happy to see that something that you campaigned on, you mentioned that it was going to be in the Budget Amendment 2024, which was the road fund and the road tax. And I see a shaking of your head, but you could go back to the video, as I mentioned earlier before, and he said it. Maybe I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but that was the indication, and even the interviewers asked about it and how are you going to deal with that. So I'd like some clarity on that. Was that you misspeaking? You mentioned that you dismantled the task force because you couldn't see, let's say, how much revenue was brought in. But then you mentioned that the department was able to collect 1.2 million guilders, and then you were corrected, I believe, and said supposed to collect. So which one is it? Because I want to be very clear. Collecting and supposed to collect is two different things. And if you're supposed to collect, I would like to know if that has been recorded in the budget. So if that's a receivable recorded in the budget, and I would like that confirmed by the Ministry of Finance. So has that been confirmed by the Ministry of Finance? You also did not answer the question on the top 10 offenders within domain. You mentioned that you had to go to the receiver's office, et cetera, to get information, but I expected that information. So if you had to go to receivers to get information, why wasn't that done? When the task force was there, they went to the receivers and got the information, and a list was presented. Domain, I believe, had that list. So can, again, that top 10 offenders be, and the amounts be given to Parliament? I can't imagine that the department, the ministry, doesn't know who owes them, all right? So please, can you get the top 10 offenders to us and the amounts? You also mentioned about the side road project. I believe the previous MP asked about a detailed schedule. Can the public get a detailed schedule? I also believe that members of the public have been, I think Archwood, some other areas have been inquiring. I see some projects continuing now, yes, but can we? Yeah, you good again? Yeah, you good again. Can the public get a detailed schedule? Similar to the car wrecks, is it possible to get a car wreck schedule? I see that you mentioned a few weeks ago that that's a hot item on your list. And also, let's say, an email address or a phone number where the public can call in or send an email for complaints regarding the car wrecks. And lastly, Madam Chair, given the information by the Ministry of Finance regarding the tax holiday, I would like to know if the minister's, at least his political stance on overdevelopment has changed since they supported this recent tax holiday. So has the minister's the party's position changed on overdevelopment and overdevelopment specifically in certain areas since they approved this tax holiday? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. MP Otley has the floor.
To the Honorable Minister of VROMI, his support staff, through you, Madam Chair. This staff is good. And I say that because I see someone that used to be my controller. And I made a statement about you smiling. I made a statement and say, well, you might as well cut your third party. And then I look and you actually did. So what I want to see is what was given to the third party before these cuts in the budget amendments. All right, thank you.
Thank you, MP Otley. MP, let me see who's following MP Otley. I then have MP York. Well, and okay, so MP Duran then. MP Duran, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I forgot one question with respect to the roadworks. I asked about Arch Road being on the priority list, Arch Road, Madam Estate area. Is the Well Road also on the priority list? Because that was on our priority list. I know it is in every minister's purview to change up their priorities, but I can say that it is not a Jurendi project or Jurendi priority. Those roads are in an extremely deplorable state, and I would like to know if namely and specifically those, I know there are many others, are those on your list, so to speak, and what is the intention in terms of the start date for those roads? Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity.
Thank you, MP Duran. MP York.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the Minister's support staff and the Minister Patrice Thierry Gomes Jr. himself. Good afternoon. Minister, I would like to start off by saying congratulations on restarting the road resurfacing project and the amount of car wrecks you've removed from the road to date. Concerning the car wrecks and the cars on the side of the road, I would like to bring up a particular area, St. James Estate. Although a private area, it is often used as an area to stall cars and in particular wrecks. I would like to know if that is if that area is on the minister purview to also clean up when it comes to car wrecks, because it's private property. It's an added expense on the landowners in the area. So if the minister could look into that as well. Piggybacking off the previous speaker's question when it comes to the priority list for the side roads, because St. James was also once a priority road on the side road project. Is it still, question is it still there? And as well, a side note, 100%, even if it's there, if it's the next road to be done, it's going to be something that's going to be pushed off again, because St. James Estate still has overhanging GB lines. And, you know, it's not customary to pave a road and then address the lines. So I know in the past, GB has had contact with the landowners where it pertains to signing over the necessary given permission to be able to put the lines down. What is the status of that, and is that going to be done prior to St. James being up for the next road to be paved? With that being said, I pose a couple questions pertaining to the road resurfacing, in particular the Point Blanche part of the project. My colleague next to me was more concerned when it comes to the financial aspects of a lot of things, and as the minister would know, I'm more concerned of the technical aspects when it comes to a lot of things pertaining to VROMI and road resurfacing. I asked if there were any height surveys being done. The minister said no. Going off of the minister's article where he stated a couple months ago that 6 centimeters would be kind of the base minimum that they will be operating from, and where needed to be more. The reason why I'm asking these questions is because, aside from the customary that he claimed would be 4 centimeters in the past, the reason I ask these questions is because I'm afraid that although the minister means well, I really 100% know the minister means well, I'm afraid that we're taking a step backwards where technical specs are concerned instead of taking steps forward. Reason being, because I'm a prior capacity, I have a bit more information where it comes to the most recent works on Union Road and Bush Road. And Bush Road, for example, we had areas, lengths of road to where we applied 10 to 12 centimeters of asphalt. So one thing I want to be wary, I want the government, in particular the minister, to be wary of before agreeing or coming to terms with the thickness of the road. We need to look at, or the minister needs to look at the category of the road. And in St. Martin, up to now, we only look at side road, main road as the two categories, but also the usage of the road. Point Blanche is a particular road that is used differently than other roads because of the enormous intensity with the freight trucks, right? Because of this, a lot of times we tend to look at the top layer, which the minister is now upgrading. But where freight trucks is concerned, the most important thing is the underlayer, not the top layer. So when you're taking off 4 centimeters of top layer and replacing it with 6, which effectively is 5, because of compaction, we're not really addressing the problem of the road. It's more, in that situation, a beautification. Because the main problem with Point Blanche, was the fraying of the asphalt. The fraying of the asphalt is where you see the little waves coming in the asphalt. That's because of the wheel axles from the amount of wheel axles from the freight trucks. And my colleague a while ago, MP Kotai to be exact, mentioned adding a speed bump. By just adding a speed bump, you add more, the potential of these things happening goes up increasingly, because the fraying of the road occurs where the starting and the stopping, the slowing down and the accelerating of the freight trucks. I know for a fact that the project does not include any reinforcement, asphalt reinforcement. When I drove by the other day, there was no asphalt reinforcement being used. That is something that keeps the top layer and the bottom layer from shifting. The reason why I mentioned the underlayer just now, because by merely just removing the top layer and not addressing the underlayer is used for weight distribution and maintaining structural integrity of the foundation. So if we effectively remove the top layer and not address the underlayer, you're not fixing the problem. And because there were no height surveys done, there were also no drill cores taken, so effectively no one knows what the thickness is of the underlayer. And because you're going thicker, allegedly, with the asphalt, you can end up in a scenario where you have a thicker top layer than underlayer, and that structurally is more disruptive than productive. So that is something I want to bring to the minister's attention. As well, he mentioned the sloping of the road vertically. I'm of the opinion, and if I think the road is to be assessed prior to addressing the road, a major problem would be after 15 to 20 minutes of rain, it would be basically a pool of water, or basically a river that you have to drive through. And that is mainly because of the horizontal problems when it comes to sloping. So my question is, well, it's not really a question, because if there's no height surveys taken, then the horizontal sloping of the road can never be done. And if the horizontal sloping of the road can never be addressed, then the pits actually become superfluous because you can't guide the water to the pit. So if we slope vertically, we're actually creating another problem if the horizontal is not also tackled. In regards to the heights, like I said, 6 centimeters, when you buy 6 centimeters, you drive on 5 because of compaction. So if 6 centimeters is used on the high side of the road, if you're sloping horizontal, which means on the lower end, you're using the same 4 centimeters that you said you, basically through you, Madam Chair, that the ministry would refrain from using. So if you can clear that part up, because if the one side is higher than the next, that means, yeah, it also has implication where height is concerned. Moving forward, like I said, I'm not going to sit here and act like prior to this height surveys were being taken all over. That's not the case. But I believe the minister when he said that, you know, he wants to take the next step in improving our road infrastructure, and that is something that, although expensive, saves money in the long run. So those are the things I would like to bring to the attention of the minister. And when addressing the horizontal and vertical slope issues, you also tackle the drainage issue as well. So, and the last question concerning my question pertaining to the road fund, the minister's answer was basically it's geregeld via national ordinance. End of sentence. I understand that. I'm very well aware of that, but I would like to remind the good minister via you, Madam Chair, in all respect, you are a legislator, a co-legislator. So if something is a national ordinance, that ordinance can be amended, can be repealed, to your discretion, to our discretion. So if my question was more pertaining to your stance and your personal opinion to what you think should be the right way to implement the reallocating of the road tax to the road fund. And my concern was doing it too quick to where you're alleviating one problem one end and creating a problem in the next end. And I was more looking forward to hearing your personal opinion, even if that's different to what is stated in national ordinance, but at least that's something we could work to, or at least I know that you're working to. So again, thanks for your indulgence, and those would be my questions.
Thank you, MP York. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A follow-up question on the car wrecks. I'd like to know, are we as a government looking into holding those persons that are leaving the cars there accountable? So maybe with the Ministry of Justice, getting the VIN numbers, or if persons, maybe even starting an awareness campaign that if you see it, you report it. Because I think it's a pretty expensive project for persons to be just leaving cars there every month. I think it's unsustainable. And the same with trash being thrown in the garbage, especially by Jose Ballfield. I see that there are clear signs stating what you cannot throw there, and basically every day there's a violation. So what does the ministry plan to do in terms of accountability in that area? That'd be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. MP Myers, you have the floor.
Thank you. Madam Chair, and welcome to the Honorable Minister of VROMI and the support staff. Minister, I know the task ahead of you is daunting, and some of the questions are equally as daunting that you face today. But I just have a couple questions for you, and interestingly enough, can you, and this may be a bit of a, I'm posing it to you because you are your VROMI and its infrastructure, which includes in one way or another GB. Can you give me what the financial consequences of GB, the problems that GB had with going out, electricity outages, sometimes as much as 8 hours a day, what those financial repercussions was to our economy? Because we hear a lot today of 75 point something million and the emphasis on 75, and it's a lot. But I want to know what the repercussions to our economy was, business, local, and everything is as it pertained to GB. When electricity is on, we tend to, and we're comfortable, we quickly forget that period that we were going through just a couple of weeks ago, where most of us just ran in a campaign, and the burning topic, the number one concern by the citizens of this country was GB, and whether or not the elected or appointed representatives is going to get this situation under control. You know, we can't do nothing without light. And interestingly enough, the Democratic Party's slogan is, give light and people will move on. So if you do not have light, you ain't going nowhere. Your economy, your country, you ain't going nowhere. So, I mean, you know, so again, if you can, and I think we have to put real emphasis on what the financial repercussions was to our economy. And because we're a tourist island going into the season, what it would be, and the devastation and the long-term effect to our economy if we do not get a handle on this GB situation one way or another. The next question is to you, is we have, again, St. Martin is dirty. And I know you know St. Martin is dirty. What are your plans for, you know, clean up, facelift, for us to start to take pride? And you cannot legislate decency and pride. You just can't legislate it. You know, if a guy goes by the very garbage dump at the Hosa Lake ballpark that I see, and I know when I pass there and I see it, I say, my God, when I was commissioner of sports, there's no way in the world I would have gotten away with that. They would have been in my soul. But what is your plans for the beautification of this island? You know, in the areas, especially the areas that are traveled the most, because we tend to just go. And I always said, when a guy or a woman throw their garbage out, it's no longer their trouble. It's important that we have a major beautification project for this island, not only for our visitors, but cleanliness starts at home for ourselves. And another major concern, that another looming crisis, and I mentioned it yesterday to the Minister of Finance, was, and I did not hear you answer that one, was regarding the cemetery. Our cemeteries are at capacity, and with the alarming rate of persons passing away, we will soon find ourselves in a crisis where we won't have places to bury our people. And there's a saying that you can tell the level of a society by how they treat their deceased. And if you were just to judge St. Martin based on that quote alone, I don't think our number on a scale from 1 to 10 will be higher than a 5. So those are the questions I have. Not a lot, but I think will give you you'll have to spend some good time doing some research. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Myers. I now have MP La Cruz. MP La Cruz, you have the floor.
Madam Chair, Lady, thank you. Just two more things. One is while we're talking about fixing roads, Rubber Tree Road is in dire need of, in Cold Bay, some kind of help. That is one. And then on a different point, Madam Chair, Lady, while we're talking about getting extra monies in the coffers of government, I will implore that the minister ask Secretariat for the advice from the young that sits concerning the issuance of water rights, because that is a project awaiting to be finalized with that will bring a lot of money to the country. And then one more comment, Madam Chair, Lady. It is somewhat baffling to me because if I have a piece of land and I'm paying every year for that piece of land and I get a building permit, and then my neighbor doesn't like what I'm building and he complains, then it's taken away. But the question is, what happens with all the years that I've paid for that land? So that is something that I think we really need to look into, because you have a specific group of people that like to complain no matter what happens, they want to complain. Then I have another question. How does the minister see actually us hiring our own? And when I mean our own, I'm talking about a specific young lady that studied marine biology that has now been contracted by Nature Foundation temporarily, but it was someone that received a scholarship from St. Martin. So we're talking about brain drain, but if we don't hire our own, and I don't know if there's space in government or in the government apparatus, but if it's not, that's something that we definitely would need to look into, especially if we send them away to study. Because it is alarming when you hear someone say, hey, I'm thinking about leaving after we've paid their scholarship for all those years. Thank you, Madam Chair, Lady.
Thank you, MP La Cruz. MP York, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, Madam President, I have a couple more questions for the Minister Patrice T. Gomes, Jr. Can the Minister of VROMI provide an overview of the number of vacation rental properties on Dutch St. Martin based on issued building permits and address information? What steps can be taken to assess these property owners for income, profit, and/or TOT taxes? I know right now there's nothing in place for that, but the question is, what is the vision where that is concerned? And as well, although I know it's more of a taxation question, I would like to know what the minister's opinion / stance is on property tax for non-residents, basically investors that come to St. Martin, invest and leave. So what are the minister's opinions where that is concerned? Because we always often talk about generating new tax, new ways of revenues, and I think something like this would be very advantageous for the coffers. Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. MP Irian, you have the floor.
Yes, Madam President. So MP Myers mentioned something about the cemeteries, and I believe that this is also a project that the former Minister of VROMI also brought to my attention in regarding the space that we have left at the cemeteries. And in the budget for 2024, we allocated about, I believe it was 10 million for the purchase of land in the area of Bethlehem, I believe, between Rice Hill and from the Plants family. So we'd like to know if that is still something that this government will continue to pursue and continue these discussions. Is it a priority for this government to get the CapEx to purchase that land? Because a portion of that land was actually going to go to the site that's closer to Belvedere to be a modern cemetery with a policy. I would like to also know if the government is working on such a policy so that the, let's say, maintaining and burying of individuals becomes self-sustainable like in other countries. Is that a priority to you guys also? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. MP York, you have another question?
Yes, thank you.
You have the floor.
Through you, Madam Chair. I would like to also know what is the minister's long-term vision when it comes to the drainage issue in Cold Bay. So a long-term vision plan for drainage, and it doesn't even have to be something that has to be all done in his term, but more what is the long-term plan where that is concerned, because it's not a fly-by-night approach. I am very well aware of that, but you know, we got to start somewhere. And I'd like to know where does the minister plan on starting, and has he started to think on those solutions as yet? Thank you.
Thank you, MP York. The MP Brug, you requesting the floor? You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair Lady. Thank you very much, Minister VROMI and your support staff for your presentation. I'm going to keep it brief because actually the debate is about the amendment of the budget. So I'm just going to keep it brief, but I'm also going to ask a question related to that as well. A couple of months ago, there was an incident on a landfill where one of the machines were broken down. Can you give me, in this budget cut, is the funds available for replacement or for repairs of that machine? Was it affected one way or another in the budget cut? And maybe if you can just also give me a very short summary later on what exactly is the update when it comes to the minimizing of the landfill and what's going on with that with regard to also the other partners with the NRPB and also government itself. And that would be all for me, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you very much, MP Brug. I now give the floor to MP Irian.
Madam President, just to help the ministry a little bit regarding a question I had earlier regarding the RFPAC, when we look at the information up to 2022, the total amount and the data is a little bit more up to date, cleaned up, so we actually collected, the task force actually collected about roughly 2 million guilders when it was established. So about 800,000 more than the one the domain did, 800,000 guilders more. And the total amount at that time was 14 million outstanding. So now it has been reduced to about 11, 12 million guilders. And again, I will ask you to maybe even contact the Ministry of Finance to maybe even get the list of top 10 offenders so you could continue to work on this. So we could not have to have so much budget cuts in 2025 and actually go after those persons that owe us. And like I said before, we've started the process. Some of the locations and businesses, they're exploiting the land. They're making money, but they're not paying government their due. So I would really like if we could get this list and present it to us, and let's get after the money. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, MP Irian. I had seen MP Myers. MP Myers, you cancel that request? Okay, thank you, MP Myers. The Minister, you have heard the questions from the members of Parliament. Allow me just to add and ask you if the agreement with the VNGI has been renewed. Some months ago, there was some concern about that not being done for VROMI, for the assistance that has been given to. So if that can be responded to, please, if it has now been renewed. And a lot has been said about this road fund. And of course, the road fund ordinance stems from the vehicle ordinance. And so I would like to know from you, Minister, has the road fund ordinance, what date was its implementation to be? So back when it was, what date was it to be put into force, one? Secondly, has there been any delegated regulations based on that ordinance? Is there an updated road plan of the ministry? And Minister, thank you for your response with respect to the whole Ring Road affair and the plans of the chamber. And do you have any update on those plans? I know some time ago Parliament had received a presentation with respect to those plans, because quite interesting was mention of the inclusion of performing arts, I guess maybe center within the plans of the Chamber of Commerce. And of course, I guess because of the budget cuts and the fact that several capital projects could not have been executed, one that was on the budget for the Charlotte Brookson Academy is no longer part of our capital budget projects. So, Minister, I just want to get some further insight into the status of the road fund and the matter of the VNGI. And I now conclude that the members have asked the questions, all relevant questions with respect to the Ministry of VROMI, and I want to thank the Minister and his support staff for being here and hearing out the members of Parliament on the subject of, or the area of VROMI within the draft amended budget 2024. So that has brought us to the conclusion of today's session of the Central Committee handling the draft amended budget 2024. I can inform the members of Parliament that we will continue these sessions on Tuesday at 2 p.m., God's willing, as the ministers will continue to come into Parliament and answer their respective questions. So with that, again, I thank Minister Gums, Patrice Gums, for his attendance at this meeting. I thank the members of Parliament, all those tuned in to the meeting and staying with us throughout the day. This meeting is hereby adjourned, wishing everyone a blessed and pleasant weekend, as well as the public holiday on Monday. So until the next meeting, this meeting is adjourned.